hello. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Test 1 1 2. Test. Hello. Hello. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هرفع لك كله جامد وانت ايه لو في حاجه انزل لازم عندك عشان لو حد صوته واطي صوته عالي يبقى انت كده في الامان. كده كويس. تست. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
السلام الملكي. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, dear policymakers, industry leaders, clinicians and scientists attending today's conference. It is truly a pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the 3rd International Conference on Clinical Trials here in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We are delighted to have a distinguished group of national and international leaders who are shaping the future of clinical research. Your presence today reflects a shared commitment to advancing evidence-based medicine and strengthening clinical research ecosystems, both locally and globally. Over the past few years, Saudi Arabia has made significant national moves in clinical research and clinical trials capacity through the efforts of the Saudi National Institute of Health and the Saudi Food and Drug Authority. The Kingdom has witnessed a steady increase in the number of registered clinical trials, accredited research centers and trained investigators, positioning Saudi Arabia as a rapidly growing hub for high-quality clinical research. These efforts align closely with the healthcare sector transformation program, one of the core pillars of the Vision 2030, which places clinical trials at the heart of healthcare innovation. Today, clinical trials are no longer viewed only as research activities, but as strategic facilitators for accelerating access to innovative therapy, enhancing patient-centered care, and strengthening national research and development capacity. This conference reflects our collective mission to further strengthen this ecosystem through keynote lectures, scientific sessions, panel discussions, and expert-led conversations. We aim to bridge academia, industry, healthcare institutions, and policymakers, guided by one essential truth. The patient is the center of everything we do. Every study, every innovation, and every decision begins and ends with the human story. When we truly listen to patients, their voices become a force for change, transforming research into compassion and science into hope. This is why our journey is guided by one shared theme: Voice of Hope, Sawtul Amal. Once again, we are honored to welcome our distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, sponsors, and attendees. Your engagements and contributions are what make this conference truly meaningful and impactful. This is Dr. Yara Saeed, and I am honored to serve your Master of Ceremony throughout this exceptional conference. And to officially commence this conference, we are honored to begin with an opening ceremony and welcoming remarks. It's my great privilege to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani, the chairman of the clinical trials at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center, and the chairman of the scientific committee in our today's conference. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, our esteemed guests, good morning and welcome to the 3rd International Conference on Clinical Trials. As a chairman of Clinical Trial Management and the Scientific Committee Chair, it's truly a pleasure to have you all with us today. This conference did not begin today. It actually started 11 months ago. We started planning in March last year. I still remember the very first group chat. It was in Ramadan, ideas were raw, energy was high, and commitment was real. 11 months of hard work, long meetings, and a shared belief that this conference has to be meaningful. And hence, we chose the Voice of Hope for one reason. Because clinical trials are not only about protocols, data, or endpoints, they are about people. We believe patients and study participants are strategic partners. And that belief comes to life today. Over the next 2 days, we will explore 8 different themes covering the future and the present of clinical research. We are especially honored to host a patient journey where a father will share his daughter's story, a story that changed her life by participation in a clinical trial. A reminder of why we advocate for clinical research, because it changes lives and brings hope. We are also proud to bring together more than 58 expert speakers, representatives from 10 countries, 20 local organizations, 18 international organizations, and over 1,500 attendees. This scale reflects trust, collaboration, and a shared ambition. None of this would have been possible without a strong and visionary leadership. I would like to extend my deepest thanks to His Excellency Prof. Bandar al-Ganawi for his continuous support and making this conference a reality. I also want to thank our sponsors, CROs, and pharmaceutical partners. You are our true success partners in strengthening the clinical trial ecosystem in Saudi Arabia and increasing the number of trials conducted in our country. To all our attendees, please connect, engage, challenge idea, build partnership. This is a space for learning, collaboration, and real impact. So please enjoy the conference and make the most out of it in these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nada Sahibani. And now it's my pleasure to kindly invite Dr. Ahmed Al-Askar, the Executive Director of KMAG, to deliver his vision about the future of clinical trials in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So please, join me in welcoming Dr. Al-Askar to the stage.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Your Excellency, Dr. Bandar Ganawi, respected colleagues and distinguished guests. It's my great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of KMARC to the 3rd International Conference on Clinical Trials. There is no doubt that we are witnessing an exponential rise in clinical trials at the global level. And the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is no exception. Despite the fact that our country joined the clinical trial arena later than others, we have done so with a strong will and determination, supported by a clear vision and focused national strategy. Today, the clinical trial ecosystem in the Kingdom is evolving rapidly. New entities are emerging, others are joining forces, and new investment opportunities are opening across the sector. The fact that we are gathered here today discussing, exchanging experiences, and networking with fellow stakeholders and ecosystem partners represent a meaningful step forward. It's a momentum that we must sustain and build upon. At KMARC, and in collaboration with key national stakeholders, we initiated the clinical trial enterprise, the Saudi Clinical Trial Enterprise, in 2019, with the aim of strengthening and advancing the clinical trial landscape. I sincerely hope that we continue this dialogue for the benefit of our patients and our country. Our center has achieved several important milestones. We have obtained the accreditation from the Association for the Accreditation of Human Research Protection Programs, AHARP, as well as the Global Clinical Site Accreditation Certification from the International Accrediting Organization for Clinical Research. In addition, KMARC has been accredited by the Saudi FDA in 2019 for phase 1 clinical trials, and soon we will receive the accreditation for newly established KMARC Bioequivalence Center. We have expanded the number of beds allocated for clinical trials and transitioned to an electronic clinical trial management system to enhance efficiency and oversight. Furthermore, we continue to improve our approval processes and recruitment processes to ensure excellence in trial conduct. To truly lead globally, we must continue to join efforts and work together as one ecosystem. I wish you all a productive and successful conference. Thank you again for attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Al-Askar, our esteemed guest. We will now display a video that reflects our collective mission to advance clinical research and the clinical trials ecosystem.
كل تقدم طبي يبدأ رؤية تبعث الأمل وتمكن العلم لصناعة حياة أفضل. وفي المملكة العربية السعودية يدعم البحث الطبي كركيزة لمستقبل صحي متقدم، إنفاذاً لتوجيهات القيادة الرشيدة وفي إطار رؤية السعودية 2030 ومستهدفات برنامج تحول القطاع الصحي، تحظى منظومة البحث الطبي والدراسات السريرية بدعم استراتيجي لتعزيز الابتكار الطبي وبناء مستقبل صحي مستدام، وبدعم كريم من صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير عبد الله بن بندر بن عبد العزيز آل سعود وزير الحرس الوطني. تعمل منظومة الشؤون الصحية بوزارة الحرس الوطني على تمكين البحث العلمي وترسيخ الدراسات السريرية كركيزة للتحول الصحي الوطني. وفي هذا الإطار يعمل مركز الملك عبد الله العالمي للأبحاث الطبية كمنصة وطنية لتحويل الاكتشافات العلمية إلى تطبيقات سريرية ذات أثر مباشر على صحة الإنسان. هنا تتكامل البنية التحتية البحثية والكوادر الوطنية والشراكات العلمية وفق أعلى المعايير العالمية لتسريع الابتكار الطبي ودعم القرارات العلاجية المبنية على الأدلة. نحن لا نجري دراسات سريرية فقط، بل نبني منظومة بحثية متكاملة لإتاحة علاجات مبتكرة وتعزيز الرعاية الصحية المبنية على الأدلة.
غالباً أؤدي دور المقابلة الأولى مع المشارك وأتابع معه خطوة بخطوة لضمان تجربة آمنة ومطمئنة.
نحرص على أن تكون الدراسات قوية علمياً ومنهجياً وقابلة للتنفيذ، بما يضمن سير الدراسات بسلاسة مع حماية حقوق المشاركين وتعزيز جودة المخرجات البحثية.
اخترنا شعار صوت الأمل لأننا نؤمن أن المريض أو المشارك في الدراسة السريرية هو قلب كل دراسة سريرية ناجحة، وحين يكون المريض شريكاً استراتيجياً يتحول البحث علمي من مجرد بروتوكول إلى رسالة، ومن مجرد بحث علمي بحت إلى أمل حقيقي يحدث فرقاً في حياة الناس.
الباحث في الدراسات السريرية يلعب دور أساسي، حيث أن من مهامه هي اختيار المريض المناسب للدراسة. ذلك يعتمد على نوع المرض وعلى مرحلة المرض وكذلك على البصمة الجينية للمرض. كذلك من مهام الباحث الأساسي هي التأكد من مأمونية العلاج والبحث عن علامات أو بدايات علامات فعالية العلاج من عدمها.
الدراسات السريرية هي جزء أصيل من رسالة الشؤون الصحية بالحرس الوطني التي تهدف إلى الارتقاء بالخدمات الطبية للمرضى عن طريق تقديم حلول مبتكرة مبنية على البراهين.
تدار الدراسات السريرية وفق أطر حوكمة صارمة ومعايير أخلاقية عالمية لضمان سلامة المرضى وحماية البيانات وتعزيز الثقة العلمية.
نفخر في كيمارك ببرنامج حماية المشاركين في الدراسات والبحوث الطبية، حيث كنا من أوائل الجهات في المملكة التي نجحت في الحصول على اعتماد دولي لهذا البرنامج. ومع التسارع المتزايد في وتيرة البحث العلمي، جاء برنامج حماية المشاركين في الدراسات والبحوث الطبية ليشكل إطاراً شاملاً ينظم السياسات والإجراءات البحثية وفق أعلى المعايير العلمية والأخلاقية، بما يقبل سلاسة الإجراءات وكفاءة اتخاذ القرار.
خلف كل دراسة سريرية قصة إنسان وخيار علاجي جديد ومستقبل صحي أفضل للأجيال القادمة. من الرياض إلى واشنطن، شراكة علمية تعزز حضور المملكة في منظومة البحث والدراسات السريرية العالمية. ومن خلال شراكات علمية عابرة للحدود، يسهم كيمارك في تطوير المعرفة الطبية وتعزيز التعاون العلمي الدولي، بما يدعم الابتكار الصحي عالمياً. متطلعين إلى تعزيز منظومة البحث الطبي والدراسات السريرية ودعم التحول الصحي والابتكار الطبي المستدام. هنا يمكن العلم وتصنع الرعاية ويصبح للأمل صوت.
This video captures the essence of our mission in clinical trials and the path we continue to build together. And now, at this time, as a moment of appreciation to those who have been a great support to our conference, we are honored to recognize our esteemed event sponsors whose support has been instrumental in the success of this conference. We kindly invite each company to join us on the stage as its name is announced. First, for the platinum sponsor, we are honored to welcome Roche Company to the stage. For the gold sponsors, now it's a pleasure to welcome AstraZeneca to the stage. For the silver sponsors, please join me in welcoming Vertex to the stage. We are pleased to welcome AbbVie to the stage. And now we kindly invite Lilly Company to the stage. And finally, we are pleased to welcome Sanofi as a silver sponsor. And for the exhibition sponsors, please join me in welcoming City Eye to the stage. Now it's an honor to welcome Clinilia. And please join me in welcoming Ozemio as an exhibition sponsor to the stage. Now it's a pleasure to welcome Belsam. Please join me in welcoming BDC. And finally, please join me in welcoming MSD. And now we would like to kindly invite His Excellency Dr. Bandar Al-Gnawi, the CEO of the Ministry of National Guard Health Affairs and the President of King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences, to honor our event sponsors and to take a memorable group photo. Thank you to our event sponsors for their valuable support and their significant contribution to make this conference a success. And now, dear esteemed guests, we will take 5 minutes break, then we will start our conference program. Thank you so much. Dear guests, we'll start our conference program within 5 minutes. Dear guests, we will start our conference program within 2 minutes. صدق والله علم ايه طيب يعني وش نسوي؟ يعني احنا نبدا طبيعي. And we will now begin with theme 1 of our today's conference, titled Advancing the National Clinical Trials Ecosystem and Capacity Building. This theme focuses on strengthening clinical trials infrastructure, enhancing national capabilities, and advancing Saudi Arabia's positions within the global clinical research landscape. It's my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Adil Al-Harf. Dr. Adil is a distinguished leader in the field of clinical research and the Vice President of the Saudi Food and Drug Authority. Today, Dr. Al-Harf will deliver a keynote address entitled The Future of Clinical Trials in Saudi Arabia and Global Perspectives. So please, join me in welcoming Dr. Al-Harf to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation and also for to deliver this keynote and for putting together this very important topic. I'm Adil Al-Harf, the Vice President for the Drug Sector at Saudi Food and Drug Authority. Today I will talk about clinical trials from a regulatory perspective. So when it comes to clinical trials as a regulator, what we do, the routine work that we do is regulatory oversight. We'll try to make sure that everything is according to the GCP standards. We'll monitor the safety and also the well-being and also the rights of the participated the humans, doing a continuous monitoring, receiving updates from the sponsor, and also do a field visit either to audit the centers before they operate or to do the routine or trigger GCP inspection. So this is the normal, let us say, routine work for regulatory authorities. But at Saudi Food and Drug Authority, we think bigger. We think that we will be able to work with our national stakeholders in order to strengthen the clinical trials capabilities nationally. This is why, because that we believe that by having more clinical trials, we will have a better representative data that shows the behavior of the drugs in our system, reflecting the genetics, disease pattern, lifestyles, comorbidities. So we'll understand the behavior of the drug in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, clinical trials will offer an opportunity for accelerated patient access, enabling access to breakthrough and innovative medicines, both at a clinical trial stage and also later on when the company submitted to the regulatory authorities such as Saudi Arabia. Clinical trials comes with the benefit of improving the clinical infrastructures by improving the capability of healthcare providers and also raising the healthcare standard. Of course, clinical trials comes with the benefit of economic attraction, attract the pharma companies and biotech startups to invest in Saudi and make the country as a preferred destination for global multi-central clinical trials. We started to see clinical trials as a cost-saving opportunity. Obviously, clinical trials, we have noticed a huge increase in the prices of gene therapies, oncology products. So whenever we attract a product with a potential to target unmet medical need, the clinical trials itself may play a pivotal role in reducing the cost of treating those patients. In the next few slides, I will speak about Saudi Food and Drug Authority and link some of our current initiatives with the mission of improving the drug sector in general and attracting clinical trials. So Saudi Food and Drug Authority established in 2003, and the current vision is to be a leading regulatory authority, science-based regulator to protect and promote public health. Currently, we are in the fourth strategy that started in 2023 and will end in 2027. And as you could see, there is a huge focus on patient safety, international and local partnership, operational excellence, and also to promote and support research and innovation. Now I'll speak about our many initiatives in order to get international recognition, because as a regulator, whenever we got a kind of recognition from other esteemed regulators, this will help in the reliance mechanism by other regulators and facilitate the approval of both drugs and clinical trials from other countries. One of the things that we did is that we undergo exercise by WHO. They call it global benchmarking tool. They have a kind of 4-level stratifications of regulatory capabilities, where the 4th is the highest maturity level. Saudi became the first country in the region and 3rd globally to achieve the highest WHO maturity level 4, which means that SFDA, specifically for the drug activities, regulatory activities, operate at advanced level. We also became a full member of ICH a couple of years ago, and nowadays we participate in the management committee. It's a kind of board-level participation. ICH, for those who doesn't know the rules of ICH, ICH is the platform whereby we sit together with our esteemed colleagues from American FDA, European Medicine Agency, PMDA in Japan, and we discuss the specifications, regulations that should be implemented in order to be followed by the pharma industry. Saudi, as I mentioned, Saudi is the part of management committee, along with a couple of strong regulators. And our colleagues participate nowadays in more than 19 working groups. So as you can see in the slide, there are many working groups that have direct or indirect relation to the clinical trials, the topic we are discussing today. So our experts participate in the standard setting of clinical trials and even in the quality side of the drug. Last month, we managed to get the regulatory chairship. We became the regulatory chair for M16, which discusses the structured product quality submissions. with the couple of stringent regulatory authorities. Last year, we became a full member also for ICMRA, International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities. His Excellency, the CEO, Professor Hisham Al-Jad'i, participate in the annual meeting. We have a biannual meeting, one virtual, one in person, whereby we discuss with some of our esteemed colleagues from other regulators topics related to drug regulations. Now I'll speak about some of our initiatives that we believe that it will have a huge impact on clinical trials. The first one is Clinical Trials Law Initiative. We started this initiative a couple of years ago, and we published the draft version of the law in Istitla' platform, which is the public platform for commenting. We believe that the issuance, inshallah, of the law will play an important role in regulatory framework enhancement, protecting the rights of the participant, data integrity and transparency, and defined responsibilities for all related parties. Inshallah, we hope that the law in the final approval stage, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala. The second initiative is the Clinical Trial Reliance Pathway, started last year in 2025, whereby we stratified the submitted application in two pathways. One, for those who have already obtained the approval from other stringent regulatory authority. And as you can see in the slide, the total number of days, of evaluation days at SFDA level reduced from 45 to almost 8 days. The other pathway is those who have never been approved by any other regulators, and our colleagues will do the full assessment. The third initiative, we call it a RAID designation, Research and Investigation Drug Designation. We aim to facilitate and promote the research and development of drugs in Saudi Arabia in order to accelerate the development and also regulatory review of drugs and biologicals and expedite their access to the patient in Saudi Arabia. We call it RAID to reflect something. Anyway. This is the usual IND designation when you see it, for example, in American FDA. The last initiative related to our talk today, it's a quite impactful initiative, started a couple of years ago. We call it a breakthrough designation. It's a breakthrough in an essence of expedited approval, but also we target those products which help in meeting unmet medical country needs. We have a condition that the product has never been approved by any other regulatory authorities. So we encourage pharma industry to submit their products in parallel to other submissions, for example, to American FDA and European Medicine Agency. We managed to have an excellent interaction from the pharma companies. Currently, I think we have almost 13 products circulated and evaluated by our experts who have never been approved by any other regulators. Some few statistics related to clinical trials. As you can see, since establishment of the center, Clinical Trial Center at SFDA, we observed a huge and dramatic increase in the number of submitted applications. Last year, estimated to be 750 applications received. And last year was a landmark year for clinical trials, almost 80% increase in the number of clinical trials, both at advanced therapies or biologicals. We published this, by the way, in our social media platform. Almost 40% increase in the early stage clinical trial, more participation from at a patient level, and 75% reduction in approval time. This slide shows the therapeutic classes. As you can see, hematology, endocrinology, and metabolism, and lastly, oncology represent the majority of submitted application at SFDA. And as you would expect, biological projects started to become a predominant product to be submitted for the clinical trials conducted in Saudi Arabia. We have a kind of periodic publication. We try to publish our finding, GCP finding, data trend analysis in order to help the sponsor, pharma companies, and interested parties, academics, to see what are the most common GCP findings in order to help them to avoid any of these findings. Finally, the future of clinical trials, from my point of view, I think there should be a kind of therapeutic specialization. We need to focus on attracting clinical trials that target unmet medical needs or the diseases that have a huge burden in our healthcare system, such as diabetes, obesity, and more importantly, rare disease. I think there is a huge opportunity for rare disease in Saudi Arabia because of unfortunate higher prevalence than usual for certain genetic disease. We started to see increased pace of discovery, and which necessitate the use of AI machine learning models in order to, at a level of recruitment, analysis, and communication with the patient. And at a level of SFDA, we started to have, we created last year a task force for both evaluators and our technical transformation team in order to invite pharma companies who are interested in using advanced technologies at a clinical trial level, and we will do a kind of regulatory sandbox whereby we discuss these topics and reflect that SFDA is one of the countries that promote the use of AI and machine learning and advanced technology at a level of clinical trials. We started to see the digital twin concept, for example, the synthetic control arm. As you would expect, as you know, as an expert, that one of the things that patients usually fear during the participation is that they don't want to be assigned to the control arm. They wish always to be in the active arm, and the use of synthetic control arm, in my point of view, will help in more recruitment of patient. Intelligent recruitment, a kind of linkage between the patient who are interested in participation and the sponsor and the hospitals. It started to be there. I have witnessed some of the digital platforms in the US whereby there is a kind of direct communication between the patients and the running clinical trials. Finally, the use of multi-omic data and personalized message, leveraging the multi-omics data and the longitudinal data for therapies that have a kind of unique genetic and lifestyle profile to the local population. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Har, for this important and insightful keynote address. We now kindly invite Dr. Ahmed Al-Askar and Prof. Majid Al-Fadl to honor our distinguished speakers. We now move to our super session, which focuses on critical pillar in advancing the clinical research landscape, titled Strengthening Clinical Trials Infrastructure and Capacity in Saudi Arabia. This session will explore strategic efforts to enhance clinical trials capabilities, develop robust research infrastructure, and build sustainable capacity that supports high-quality, globally competitive clinical research. It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Dua Saleh. Dr. Saleh is a physician scientist with more than 11 years of experience across academic and industry settings, specializing in clinical research, outcomes research, and clinical trials. Dr. Saleh currently works at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center and has designed and led multiple clinical trials and investigator-initiated studies, in addition to contributing to clinical research training and capacity building programs in the region. So please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderator to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to welcome you to this super session on strengthening clinical trials, infrastructure, and capacity in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is moving rapidly from being a participant in global trials to becoming a destination to high-quality, high-impact clinical research. That shift requires more than individual excellence. It requires systems, platforms, partnerships, and long-term infrastructure thinking. Today, we're fortunate to have leaders who each bring a different lens. from institutional strategy to national platforms, regulatory science, industry collaboration, and operational excellence. Our goal in this session is not to stay at the level of general ideas, but to focus on practical, system-level priorities that can realistically shape the Kingdom's clinical trials ecosystem over the next decade. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for today, Prof. Ahmed Al-Askar. Prof. Ahmed Al-Askar is the Executive Director of King Abdullah International Medical Research Center and a Senior Consultant Hematologist. Prof. Al-Askar has led teams dedicated to groundbreaking R&D, playing a central role in the development and implementation of biotechnology and shaping the clinical trials landscape in Saudi Arabia. Prof. Walid Al-Hazzani. Prof. Walid Al-Hazzani is the General Director of the Research and Innovation Institute at the Ministry of Defense, Health Services, and Professor of Critical Care Medicine. Prof. Al-Hazzani is an internationally recognized clinical trialist with over 250 publications and major contributions to global clinical practice guidelines. Dr. Farid Al-Askar. Dr. Farid Askar is the Country Medical Director at Roche, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Farid is an oral surgeon and strategic medical leader with an extensive experience in phase 2 and 3 clinical trials. He brings strong expertise in Saudi regulatory strategy and digital health to address healthcare challenges and improve patient outcomes in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Abdulrazak Al-Jazairi. Dr. Al-Jazairi is the Director of Clinical Trials Transformation Division at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. Dr. Al-Jazairi is a cardiology clinical pharmacy leader and founder of the Saudi Society of Clinical Pharmacy, known for advancing clinical research and training in the kingdom. Dr. Jihad Al-Ghamdi. Dr. Jihad Al-Ghamdi is the Executive Director of Benefit Risk Evaluation at the Saudi Food and Drug Authority. Dr. Al-Ghamdi oversees regulatory scientific review and clinical trial approvals, contributing to research ethics, biobanking, and precision medicine initiatives in Saudi Arabia. Now we'll move to the panelists. Do I carry the mic? Does it work? Is it this mic? Test. Okay, that works. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Is my voice clear? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for being here. I'm excited. I'm personally excited for this super session. We have the leaders in the field here, and I'm pretty sure everyone here is excited as well to learn and hear what they have to say about clinical trials, the status, the infrastructure. Like I said earlier, this session is about strengthening clinical trials infrastructure and capacity in Saudi Arabia. So we'll start by looking at the big picture, and I'll ask each of you a question. Let's start by thinking about the vision and strategy of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. I'll start with you, Prof. Al-Askar, and in your opinion, what defines ideal clinical trial infrastructure?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Dr. Dua, and again, thank you, our elite experts, again, in addressing this important topic. So, what define infrastructure for clinical trials? I mean, we're talking here, a broad spectrum, many components that will constitute, again, the ecosystem or the infrastructure for clinical trials, starting from the patient, going through the physician, going through the hospital, and then the outsider entities, the regulatory, the ethics, the support, the sponsors. All of these are components, important components in the clinical trials. Starting with the patients, patient awareness, patient understanding of the importance of clinical trials, and it's an extension of the clinical care. It's a practice that should be integrated in the clinical practice, so the patients see alternative to the standard of care, clinical trials. When the patient walks in the clinic, he understands that there is a standard of care and there is also other options to go beyond the standard clinical care. So how is that going to be integrated in the system? This would constitute, again, an infrastructure building and capacity building. The physician and the awareness, and how the physician, again, to be involved and to be aware of the complexity of clinical trials, how to lead clinical trials, the documentation requirements, reporting of adverse events and others. Again, this is another dimension. And how it impacts the hospital, and the hospital going beyond this to the economy and building economy in the country, etc.
Thank you so much, Prof. Al-Askar. So, in your opinion, or the way you've brought it, it's an entire cycle. It's a cycle that doesn't only consist with PIs or infrastructure as in a hospital, but also looking back at who are we involved in this clinical trials, subjects, patients, and the facilities altogether. So it's a full, I would say, cycle or operational cycle of a clinical trial. That's a very valuable answer. I'll continue on that question and come here to Dr. Al-Ghamdi, if you can also join us, maybe thinking about what constitutes an infrastructure, of a good infrastructure of clinical trial ecosystem.
Thank you, Dr. Dua, and I would like to thank the organizer for sending the invitation and for making this conference. I think Dr. Prof. Al-Askar has stated very well about the infrastructure from the clinical site overview, from a regulatory site overview. I think what constitutes an ideal infrastructure is connected institutions and organization on all the layers, from the layer of patient, from the layer of the hospitals, from the layer of a regulator, and from the layer of the IRB. So that's, if we manage to do it on a country level, that will bring, I think, make the country very at the top tier globally. I think the country here, we have all the components. We have very, as explained by Dr. Adil Al-Harf, we have a regulatory authority that has achieved the highest level of maturity. We have an infrastructure at the hospital level, one of the top, I think, infrastructure globally. We have the scientists, we have, so we have all the components. We just need to work together to make it easier and accessible.
So connection is the key word here.
Absolutely.
I'll continue in that question and we'll see maybe a different perspective. We talked here with Prof. Al-Askar from research center that's connected to a hospital point of view, Dr. Al-Ghamdi, and from a regulatory point of view. I'll move to other two hospitals as well. We'll hear from Dr. Al-Jazairi and then Prof. Al-Hazzani, and then we'll move also to the private sector as well. So Dr. Abdulrazak Al-Jazairi, what defines the ideal clinical trial infrastructure in your opinion?
Again, thank you, and thanks for the great gathering today. I love to see more focused conferences to address our issues like this conference. And it's really very hard to add to what have been mentioned by Dr. Al-Askar and Dr. Jihad. Maybe just if I will have to add to what have been mentioned, the three pillars that we are talking about, we need to build infrastructure for them, is the patients, which is, I see, a main pillar that needs strategy by itself. Second is the healthcare providers within the institutions, and third, of course, the regulators. And there are within the same ecosystem what I call as enablers. Enablers, which is I'm very happy to see are very active in our ecosystem, like local contents, Expro, Sadaya, all this really given a good platforms for us to work and creating incentives within the healthcare system and recognition. In addition to connecting is harmony, so we need really to work in harmony. We focus on efficiency in evidence generation when it comes to our population. I think that's extremely important. And it's time to have a national metrics beyond numbers. So national metrics for transforming, because it's a journey of transformation. What metrics are we measuring? Not numbers, but percentages of change from our baseline in different sectors. I really would love to see this as adapted as a national, unbiased, independent entity to look at the real transformation, because we are going through a transformation. Maybe the last point here on the same comment about what make our infrastructure ideal, although ideal is it's very tough to say, is realizing it's a very dynamic and vibrant change. As we speak, clinical trials design changing, new therapies are changing. Industry partnership with us is really going through a different modeling. I loved what I heard from Dr. Adil really in the morning. So many initiatives came along to adapt for more clinical trials, improving patient access. But also all the regulation that we are talking about, they have to be in a dynamic, moving, in a very, to meet this vibrant type of business. So maybe briefly, and again, I have to say the current ecosystem is promising, but if we work together in more harmony and changing as it's needed, it will be in a better shape.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And if I may add, you stated something very important, aside also, again, from harmony, when you mentioned metrics, we're talking about an ideal system, we're talking about becoming excellent at a certain thing, which is clinical trials here. So having metrics, having KPIs, understanding where are we right now and where do we want to be in the short term and in the long term as well. So it's a very important reminder. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to Prof. Walid Al-Hazani. If you can also please let us know what you think about that.
Assalamu alaikum. So glad to be here today in this great event. And to avoid redundancy for what my colleagues have already covered most of the aspects, but the way I see an efficient or a state-of-the-art research infrastructure, I usually focus on few traits. It has to be efficient, so it allows fast turnaround time, so initiation of trials is fast, getting approvals, regulatory involvement, so it has multiple moving targets. But also as part of this efficiency, something probably colleagues didn't touch on is technology integration as well. Now we know there is evolving technology when it comes to integration of artificial intelligence, so it's part of the infrastructure or even systems that allows more efficient acquisition of data, more efficient monitoring, more efficient reporting. And the other aspect, I think, for a state-of-the-art infrastructure is quality of data. So the infrastructure has to allow credible, high-quality data. And this could be achieved in multiple ways, including training the research staff, awareness, but also, again, integration of technology. A third aspect is probably ability to scale. As we have seen during COVID, for example, and taught us a lot of lessons, things were so dynamic and required rapid change and expansion. So this infrastructure has to be agile, allowing quick adaptation to evolving methodologies, evolving technologies, or even disasters that are happening around the world. So I would focus on these three things, and I think and there are many others, but this would be my main three priorities.
Thank you so much, Prof. Al-Hazani. It's very important. Like, I think in a lot of conferences that we attend, and like a lot of our day-to-day conversation, data and advancement comes up a lot. And this is an area of improvement, an area, I think, especially in clinical trials, like when we talk about feasibility, identifying patients, at the end of the day, we're looking at data. It's a very great reminder. Thank you, Prof. Now we'll move to Dr. Farid Askar. So from your perspective as a country medical director of Roche, how would you define like an ideal infrastructure, or how do you see an ideal infrastructure for a clinical trial that gives us trials that are thriving with long-term outcomes that are positive?
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks so much for invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of our colleagues and stakeholders we worked before together. First of all, from a pharmaceutical company, especially with a sponsored clinical trials approach, mainly first part for us is related for a patient population, to ensure that we have the right patient population and we have right clinical trials allocated for Saudi Arabia within our patient population. Secondly, will be mainly for healthcare providers, quality, especially from a clinical management perspective, and from infrastructure, that we have a clear, capable infrastructure to perform clinical trials, either in a different phases within a clinical trials. And the most important part nowadays is to show the competitive edge related for study startup timelines, to make sure that we are meeting international startup timelines nowadays, and patient recruitment and patient retention. So these are the main aspects we are looking for nowadays. Putting above on this will be related for a quality of data. As for the main aspect related for a clinical trials, especially from a sponsor perspective, to ensure that we have a high quality of data, ensuring that we'll be able to proceed with submissions of our results and reports to American FDA or for EMA, and ensure that we are meeting international guidelines in this. Putting more is related about patient retention within a clinical trials. So we started to focus nowadays about how to ensure that patient awareness is enhanced from all aspects related for recruitment, starting from recruitment, and retention within a clinical trial, to ensure we will have a validated and accredited results related for the clinical trial itself. So this is mainly from a private sector or from Roche perspective, ensuring that patients will get innovative service related for clinical trials, have a more solution in this by advancing capabilities within clinical research infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Also an important point is site readiness, like you've mentioned. Thinking we do have clinical trials, we do have, say for example, a target, an asset that we want, we have the partnership, but is the site ready? Do we have patients? Are we sure that we'll acquire good retention of these patients? So site readiness training as well, like you've mentioned. Yeah. Very great points. Thank you so much. I'll move now to maybe another set of questions related to current gaps and scaling. What are the most significant institutional, operational, or infrastructure gaps currently limiting the scale and efficiency of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia? I think answering the first questions also gave us an idea of how we're building the great infrastructure, but also thinking back at your answers, it stems maybe from gaps or limitations that we currently have. In your opinion, are there other gaps that you're thinking of, and how do you think we can fill that gap? Maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Jihad.
Thank you. I think, as you explained very well, and maybe most of the already answered questions regarding the first questions have identified where are the gaps and where we should work in the next phase. What I could say that it's the gap assessment has already been done through different initiatives in the last 2 years or 3 years, and most of the gap that already existed has been identified by several stakeholders. And what you can also say that these gaps have already been identified, and There are huge efforts currently at different institutions to address these gaps. When it's come to the gap, I think most of it's come to the operational level where we have to, as I said, we have to work together in order, in all the three layers, from the site, from the regulators, also from the sponsor and the companies, where we have to find a way to address all these gaps and to make it like the ideal infrastructure, the way that we talked already about it. So I would say most of it's an operational level, different level of operations, but that will be addressed. Other things maybe it's that we working as a regulator also as to attract high value clinical trials. We need to see trials that bring an innovative therapy for our patients that will continue to improve the access of this therapy to our patients. So I would say this is a very critical, because these are resources that need to be utilized in the best way for the patient's sake. So that's another comment maybe on our side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to you, Dr. Abdelrazak Jazai.
With the same line, there was a very nice exercise and workshop we did for 3 days with different stakeholders from institutions like King Faisal, National Guard, regulatory body, Saudi FDA. It was a multi-team to come up with a gap analysis for clinical trials ecosystem. And we came up with 12 big gaps in collaboration with the GCP Academy. And we identified these gaps, some of them to be worked on institutional levels, other on regulatory levels, other joint levels. But I can tell you the top 3 of this, which I personally believe, as somebody coming from a clinical trial active site, I'll get it in my perspective priority. The first one is really creating a system from an infrastructure and documentation that recognize researchers and clinical trialists within the system. This will include revision of the job description, performance appraisal, to incentives, to recognition within the system. And the time, people, number one, they will mention to you as investigators, busy physician clinics. We are aware about the high burden of number of patients we see. If we do not create a system, not necessarily time, which is a system that's integrated to work together within the institution, that's going to be very difficult for our clinical trialists to produce more data and high quality data. So number one was really not necessarily, it was stated as time allocation, but I will say time allocation with creating incentives and supporting program from CRC, CRAs to work within that system. The second was the integration of clinical trials within the healthcare system. As have been mentioned by my colleagues, it can be a therapeutic option as the theme of the conference, bringing new hope, new opportunity for our patients. So clinical trial needed nowadays more than ever to be integrated within the clinical practice. It has been mentioned now in the National Guard using electronic systems. Also at King Faisal, we use a module which is part of our electronic health records called Power Trials to build the clinical trial within the system and drop down all the tasks related to that clinical trials and making everybody within the system available. The last one is really the patient and patients' awareness and availability of access to what's going on from a clinical trial or new opportunity or hope in the kingdom is lacking. And we know I want a simple website that they are aware of in Arabic, 4th grader level, to have a synopsis in Arabic about clinical trials. What's going on? If I have a child, if I have a relevant, how can I bring new hope? What's going on in Saudi Arabia? And I know many initiatives are going on in that direction, but to my knowledge, nothing is really acceptable and mature and accredited and aware for our patients.
Thank you very much. Maybe to add to that, you just reminded me with like creating time or like time logs for like busy PIs. I think this is like similar to what I think most of the international hospitals where they do have like a year of residency just to practice research, or bridging program from like fresh graduates to industry or fresh graduate to doing clinical research and clinical trials. These are really great points. Thank you very much for sharing them. Now moving to Prof. Walid Al-Hazani. Can you think of like gaps and like solution maybe related to clinical trial infrastructure?
Great. I think a lot of my work over the last 3 years in my position was to assess the gaps and deficiencies and try to come up with plans for remediation. It gave us a lot of insights. But before I talk about the gaps, I want to mention that we are lucky in Saudi Arabia to have all the recipes for success. So even all the gaps that I mentioned will be hopefully easy fix. So we do have brilliant healthcare workers. We have a huge patient population. There is a huge push for clinical trials and clinical research in the future. There is a lot of interest from industry and sponsor to tap into these resources. So I wouldn't say there are gaps, there are hopefully opportunities for improvements. So with that aside, I think there are a few areas that I think worth focusing on. First has to do with probably the researchers themselves. So if you are not in an academic institution and you work in a governmental sector, simple things like there is no protected time to do research. There is no incentive system to help incentivize these people. Another gap related to researchers is probably knowledge gap and the know-how when it comes to research. So I think this is a big gap that could be filled and also applies to the rest of the research team. Another important gap has to do with legislations and probably governance. So even financial flows, if you want to collaborate with industry or spend grant money, the dynamics of financial flows are still very challenging, not flexible enough to allow you to start on time, finish on time, and actually achieve the goals. Again, hopefully simple fix. Things that has to do with regulations like data sharing and things like that also is a gap, and I know there is a lot of work behind the scenes that done to standardize this and help fix it. But I think is also an important piece that could hinder the process, because if you think about it, research, there is a huge time pressure. Your idea now may be relevant. In about 12 months, others beat you to the idea and your question is completely obsolete and you've already invested millions. So there is a time pressure component, whether we like it or not. Other gaps also has to do with other connecting these beautiful, entities that are available, regulatory bodies without mentioning names, should be better connected, more streamlined. And again, these are all, we are lucky to have them as simple gaps. Really, I don't see a major gap that will, be obsolete for clinical trials. And this is one of the benefits of having these open discussions, so we can bounce off ideas and really try to pinpoint these pain points.
Thank you very much, Prof. Walid. An important thing that you've mentioned, these are, yes, we might define them as gap, but they're opportunities for us, like you've mentioned. And in Saudi Arabia, opportunities are felt really quick, and we're all working together to discuss that, to bring up solution all together, connect collectively. Thank you very much. Prof. Ahmed.
Well, I just wanted to emphasize on what's been said already and focus more on the clinicians. I mean, the operation is a teamwork. And the team and the research team would be a PI, a clinician, who has expertise, again, in running clinical trials and leading clinical trials. And then we have the support staff with the research nurse, coordinators, research associates. And we have the resources in the hospital or research centers that would support, again, the ecosystem internally. And then we have the outside ecosystem as well. All connected. However, focusing on the PI and empowering the PI as the leader of clinical trials, the PI has to be, again, well-trained, has gone through clinical trials initially in the past, educating the various teams, and we as ecosystem listen to what the PI wants in terms of time and location, which is important, and how making the data available to the PI, again, through healthcare information system, again, to easy access patient data and recruit more and faster, and the approval process in terms of having the IRB approval in time, having the Saudi FDA approval in time, and any other approval process that's required. So again, I wanted to center on the PI as an important element and component of the operation of the clinical trials.
Thank you very much. I like that your first answer started with patients, and now we're coming full circle to like PI and like outcome of clinical trials. And I totally agree. PI enablement is the key and one of the important keys in succeeding in clinical trials. Thank you, Prof. Al-Askar. Now we'll move to Dr. Farid Askar. Also.
I would like to name it as missing opportunities, not gaps. What we are still missing from opportunity capturing within a clinical research field. If we're talking now about Saudi, it has a very unique patient population distribution across the different geographics. So the horizontal expansion is needed nowadays, especially from a clinical trial units and clinical research capabilities among all ecosystems trying to unify this capability and infrastructure. And the second part will be related, we have a totally an inspiring story in Saudi from a digital adoption. So how we can utilize our digital capabilities nowadays for a patient identification, patient referral, have a closed referral network for patient recruitment within a clinical trials, moving with two parts, especially from a digital part and from the horizontal expansion. I believe we will have a more solid clinical trial footprint within the international, putting consideration that we already have a highly advanced healthcare system from all aspects. We have a lot of regulations has been changed across the last 10, 15 years, facilitating the clinical research conduction within Saudi. Having this nowadays, I believe we need to capitalize more about how to expand horizontally from a clinical research units and how to adopt more digital solution and innovation, especially with the availability of AI nowadays and algorithms, which can totally have a different picture for Saudi within a clinical trial performance from patient recruitment and patient identification.
Thank you very much. I have so many questions, but now like most of my questions have been answered through like identifying what do we need for a platform that advances clinical trial ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. We identified gaps, opportunities, how can we fill in those opportunities, and what are we currently doing? And maybe I'll move to platforms that are currently available in the country or maybe internationally. What role do national shared platform and services play in strengthening infrastructure? Earlier today, we got to hear about statistics from the Saudi FDA. There are other national platforms as well. Maybe we can hear from you about it. Maybe start with Dr. Jihad.
Yeah, thank you. And I think as Dr. Farid mentioned about now, we are in the age of AI and big data. So I think it's like a platform and registry, data registries, clinical trial registries, and registries for several diseases is a very important for all the stakeholders, not only for us as a FDA, but also at the sponsor and the hospital site, to know exactly the patients and the feasibility studies from the also from the pharma companies. This is also very important in our country here, because we do have like the higher prevalence of rare diseases, where these kind of diseases it's very difficult to identify and know exactly without having rigid data. And I think this is one of the unfortunate advantage of our country here, to have this kind of diseases, which also can be capitalized on in terms of drug discovery and in terms of bringing more clinical trials to address this kind of disease. At SFDA levels, we are working in utilizing and improving our capability when it's come to AIs and modeling and simulation, and also we are working to horizon scanning to identify and find where are the most innovative therapy that we could bring in. Because what we see as SFDA, we are not only a gatekeeper for the patient safety, but we want to be seen as innovation enablers to make sure that all the innovative therapy can be brought to our country here.
Thank you very much. And I totally agree with disease registries, having numbers that we can look at the status, identifying patients.
Absolutely.
And maybe one of the advancement when you mentioned registries, and maybe we can have emulated clinical trials. So we do a simulated, emulated clinical trial prior to actually having clinical trial, given that we do have the data from registries. And registries are a great asset in clinical trials, along with the advancement.
Absolutely, and having the registry is also very important, and the key components to do this kind of simulation studies. Without having the data, we cannot run this. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Now, also moving to Dr. Al-Jazairi, any platforms or suggestion from your?
I think the great initiative of the National Guard in building clinical trial enterprise, it was a great initiative at that time. We're talking about 7 years ago or so. And now I can see Saudi NIH playing a major role with this, in addition to the solid data coming from Saudi FDA, fed from the institutions. I believe yet we are not capturing what we are doing in the institution from clinical trials. I'm talking about particular interventional prospective clinical trials. The data fed into the platform, especially for PI-initiated, rather than the industry, I think it's more stringent and more solid as compared to PI-initiated. But nationally, we are very happy, really, to be unified, all this effort through our Vision 2030. And for biotech, our Vision 2040, it's really unifying the effort. This is a big, big advantage. So when it comes to really the database available, accuracy, and really capturing what's going on, to what extent there is an enforcement for what's PI-initiated or industry-initiated clinical trial fed into one system, I think there is a big opportunity to build this. As this is now from a number of clinical trials, I will say, is not as huge. It will be very good to create clinical trial finders database, so institutions up north or down or investigators interested to link patients who might be of a great candidate, he can easily find the study that can fit the basic selection criteria for that patient. The other thing is the global database. I think our experience in King Faisal, we started also to work with global database to identify patients, especially for rare diseases, because if you have a strong repository of patient genomic databases, or including this Saudi Human Genome Project that it's initiated here in the Kingdom, identifying patients through global platforms will significantly improve representation of our population in these clinical trials. So I think it's highly encouraging to see some maybe American-based or European-based platforms that you can work with to identify patients in early studies, particularly for rare diseases or complex diseases or diseases that has an unmet need, and we are aware of them. So improving visibility on a global also platform, it's highly encouraged, and we can maybe with our regulation that I see it matured from a cybersecurity, from data sharing, it's published, the bylaws, so we can follow them, but we need to think really as we think nationally, we need to think globally to improve our patients' representation in these clinical trials.
Thank you very much. So thinking locally for also not only local visibility, but for international visibility and opportunities that fits both their benefits and our benefits and our patients and society as well. Thank you. Now moving to Prof. Al-Hazani.
This is a great question. If we're talking about platforms in a sense of using digital solutions as part of the clinical trials, then again, we are very lucky to be in this country. And quick story, when I was practicing abroad for many, many years, I struggled a lot with simple daily tasks that takes a lot of time to go and do it physically. Here, everything is digitalized, so we're already ahead of many countries in terms of using technology. So there is no reason at all not to apply these amazing capabilities to the clinical trial world. For me, I think without being redundant with my colleagues, probably shifting gears towards platforms that similar to facilitate decentralized clinical trials. Again, you think about it strategically. You want to be ahead of the curve. You want to create an environment that allows conducting cost-effective studies, very efficient studies, in order for you to attract industry. In reality, we are competing with many big players in the world. So what's the advantage? So I think technology and platforms could help reduce cost, improve efficiency, increase the quality of data, make you more attractive for sponsors. So things like decentralized clinical trial platforms, and there were great lessons, again, from COVID. So UK is a very small country compared to Saudi Arabia, but they were the first country to answer important clinical questions related to COVID. So the idea was that steroid kills patients and with viral infections have changed completely because of the recovery trial. How did UK succeed in doing the recovery trial and harmonizing, the trial over more than 170 sites? It's by using simple technology and platforms that allowed them to conduct very complex recovery trial, addressing more than 12 interventions longitudinally and randomizing 11,000 patients and giving us answers quickly, more before the US, before even other leading countries. So I think there is a huge opportunity there to capitalize and learn from others.
Thank you very much. Decentralized trial is a very important aspect, and I think the people in the country is ready for it. We see digitalization as part of the pillars of the vision, and we see our family members, older members, all using wearable devices. Most of them know how to use their phone, and I think that is something would be very accepted here, with us enabling it, of course, and teaching them as well. Thank you very much, Prof. Wadid. Now moving to Prof. Ahmed Al-Askar also, regarding the same question.
Sure. I would echo what's been said already, and I would probably add, again, if the aim is to move to nationwide multi-center studies, then we have to communicate. So the Saudi Clinical Trial Enterprise was one of these initiatives, and probably we should resurrect it and continue this dialogue of communication with the stakeholders. Again, sharing whatever platforms available, patient database, registries, even PI's databases. So we want, for example, if we have a neurology or oncology or endocrinology clinical trials, and you wanted to pull all the endocrinologists in the country, you would need to have this database that, under, again, each discipline, who you talk about, so you get to recruit physicians as clinical investigators, and you need to recruit patients from those sites, again, into these clinical trials. And I'm sure our colleagues who are running clinical trials in the country, they always run into the challenge of how to recruit patients from other centers. And there are many patients in the peripheral hospitals and even central hospitals, but you are unable to recruit these patients, and they are in need of such, clinical trials or intervention that might impact their life. So one of the platforms is, I would say, an enterprise or a system that connects us as stakeholders. And then comes under this is the cooperative groups that, again, will talk to each other and able to focus on specific clinical trials.
Thank you very much, Prof. Al-Askar. I think if we have that PI registry for clinical trials, it would be a great benefit, not just for institution, for pharma industry as well. It'll be easier for having like assigned PI, knowing who at which center, alongside like international pharma industry attraction as well. Additionally, enabling PI, of course, like it's two in one. Like we want to push for PI clinical trials, but also we want visibility for them. That way it helps them, help our patients, help the pharma industry as well. And now I'll move to the pharma industry to get the answer.
Mentioning this, we have here two main aspects. First part will be related to have a clear picture about how it looks like for our patient population, burden of disease, each and single aspect for a certain disease area. Mentioning this will support us to have our discussion with our global teams and R&D teams to ensure that trial allocation for Saudi will be matching patient needs and ensure that we will have a good performance in these clinical trials. On another pillar will be related for investigator-initiated studies, as is considered one of main pillars we are focusing on nowadays in Saudi. This will support most of investigators to formulate a validated and accredited research question, matching how it looks like the patient journey, patient needs, how we can support them to enhance patient outcomes and to have a right answer for this research question by data or by a certain investigation. Putting in consideration that nowadays clinical trials is not only about a treatment, it's now about diagnostic, it's about digital tools, AI algorithm for treatment selection. We have a new modalities, we have a fully changing paradigm within a clinical research, focusing on different areas and aspects with the main aim how to enhance patient outcomes. Saying this, I believe registries and what we are seeing nowadays in Saudi and experience in Saudi, we have a huge improvement in this area, starting by many collaborative and enablers, as mentioned by Dr. Al-Jaziri and Dr. Ahmed Al-Askar. Saudi Health Council have a huge role in this nowadays, especially if we're talking about the National Cancer Registry. We have a clear picture about how it looks like for oncology and cancer patients in Saudi from all aspects, starting from staging, pool of patients, where we can find patients within which area in Saudi. Saying this, I believe we are on the right track and we will achieve more in the area for a clinical research in Saudi.
Thank you very much. I think with this, we've asked so many, I'm greedy, I could ask more questions, but I also don't want to take more time. My last question was actually if you'd have to prioritize one system level investment from all with what we've talked about. I understand that they're all crucial, but if you'd prioritize right now one system level investment that would have the greatest impact on Saudi Arabia's clinical trial readiness, what would it be and why? And we'll conclude with that question, starting with you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I think this is a very difficult question, to be honest.
It's a difficult and tricky question.
Yeah, it's a difficult and a tricky question. So I have to be very careful with my answer.
Or maybe we can go with one key takeaway message instead of this, because I do understand that they're all priority. I can't prioritize. It goes back to like if one element connects to another element, and there's the harmony as well. So maybe one keynote message to conclude with that. I think that would be very beneficial for all of us.
Absolutely. I think it's we just have to look at it in the other way around. When we see, I think, one measure to measure our abilities, it's how we can attract attract innovative therapy and innovative clinical trials to the country. And I think this will measure our ability as a systems, because once you can deal with this kind of complex clinical trials and all the three systems, then you can progress with more and more complex trials, and you can attract more trials. So for that, I think this is a major component. And what I want to conclude is that in the last years, we have seen a dramatic increase in the clinical trials in the country. That is also combined by an increase in the, I would say, governmental initiatives to address the clinical trials and to upgrade and improve the ecosystem as a whole. So this will be for sure will put the country at a higher level when it comes to the clinical trials, and will bring more clinical trials to the country. And what we need to do is just to be more connected to at all the systems, so we could communicate and increase the predictability of the clinical trials, because this is a major component when it comes to the clinical trials. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now moving to Dr. Desire.
Thank you, Dr. Dua. You cannot change the question now. I mean, you kept us up the whole night thinking about a single.
So it was a tricky question. I do understand. I wish, and I'm pretty sure all of us here are the same. Like, we could prioritize everything, but at the end of the day, we're all working collectively into one goal, which is having the perfect, great infrastructure and being the hub for clinical trials by enabling all of what we've talked about. So we'll give you the floor now. I do think.
Well, it's just, no, I'm just teasing you about it, because it's really a very good question, in my opinion. If we can come up with a single system-level investment that can really drive the change. And at least for somebody who is senior, I will say, been in the field for more than 33 years. Now, we noticed major changes or milestone in healthcare delivery over years. For years, when we talk at least about therapy or surgery interventions or device, we look at caregiver type of evaluation of outcomes, right? So, and you end up with innovations coming to the market, and you measure maybe quality of life, admission, progression-free survival, and all these metrics really looking from the lens of the caregiver providers. Nowadays, we flipped to what really matters the most, to patients. So patient-reported outcomes, metrics, PROMs, or even their experience, but let's talk about outcomes. It's becoming the new norm. So we're looking at patient-reported outcomes. So that shift, as I'm thinking about this question, I would love to see patients drive the change in our clinical trial transformation, because it's really for them, for the patients, it's about their need rather than what we assess we can do, what's available. If we succeeded to build a strategy around clinical trials where patients and their voice and their advocates, they promote that they need a new therapy, they need better outcomes, they are not happy about this, that's gonna really push the clinical trial transformation, bringing innovation to the country that meet our patients' needs. I believe patients should be in the driver's seat for the transformation, and if we succeeded through a structured strategy to get them in the driver's seat, we all, through different initiatives, will work towards that objective.
Thank you very much. That's a great point, and it's something very close to my heart, honestly. At Keymark, we did clinical trial day where we had patients, we talked to patients, we wanted to understand what they understand about clinical trials to begin with, and what they understand that out there for them, like what treatments are they looking for that maybe we can connect them, what the questions are. We try to have workshops as well for patients, patients campaign, but also having patient-centric and patient-partnered also more patient partner than centric is even better, and it's the key. Would love to be part of that initiative collectively, hopefully. Dr. Prof. Walid.
Great. So if I were to choose one thing, I would create a national program for building capacity for clinical trials. And I know this is already in the works. Multiple bodies in the country are already involved in this. But I think this would sort out at least 80% of the problems, the easy problems that there, and will hopefully facilitate the future of clinical research, clinical trials in Saudi. But also another thing, and a side note that we probably didn't touch upon in this fantastic session is PI or investigator-initiated studies. I think we focused mostly on industry-sponsored trials. I think there should be a balance between industry-sponsored trial that focuses mostly on commercialization and patented medications and stuff, which is great for revenue generation and also proving efficacy of medication. But also there is the innovative part that tackles the patient daily problems that are not addressed by industry-sponsored trials, which is PI-initiated studies. And I think this is an important component, and probably one takeaway message is to also not to forget to support PI or investigator-initiated trials.
Thank you very much. Prof. Al-Askar?
Well, I would focus on the physician again, and I would make sure that the physician feel accountable for the study, accountable, responsible for the clinical trial, integration into his practice. And I would empower the physician in terms of, starting from training, providing resources, support. I would consider the physician as the drive for the clinical trials. He'll be the connecting point between the system and the patient who would receive the intervention. So I think physician accountability and responsibility is paramount in this, and that's my focus would be, if I have to choose one.
Yes, thank you very much. Finally, moving to Dr. Farid Askar.
It's the same. If I have to choose one, I will echo Prof. Ahmed Al-Askar. We have been working together since 2010. So literally, I'm echoing what he's saying, that people makes difference. So as Rouge, we are totally focusing on investing in advancing capabilities with healthcare providers, especially who have a research interest. So we are targeting to have a trained 7,000 healthcare provider across the next 5 years to make sure we have the right capabilities in managing clinical trials in each aspect or in each phase for a clinical research. So it will be the same. People makes difference. Investing in human capabilities will be our main goal during the next 5 years, inshallah.
Thank you very much. With that, we conclude our session. Those were very powerful points of discussions. Please join me thanking our panelists for today. Thank you.
Thank you to our moderators and panelists for the insightful session. And now we would like to honor our moderator and panelists by inviting Prof. Majid Al-Fadl to the stage for the honoring. Starting with Dr. Dua Al-Saleh. بروف أحمد العسكر. دكتور عبد الرزاق الجزائري. دكتور فريد عسكر. بروف وليد الهزاني. And finally, Dr. Jihad Al-Ghamdi. Our distinguished guests, we will now take a break for networking and refreshments. Please take this opportunity to connect and exchange insights. We will resume the conference program at 11 a.m. Thank you for all. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for rejoining us. We will now continue with the next segment of our program, which highlights inspiring program and forward-looking perspectives in clinical trials within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We'll begin with a success story that reflects the remarkable advancement of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Farid Askar. Dr. Askar is an oral surgeon and medicine. He is a strategic medical executive with over 15 years of progressive leadership experience across major pharmaceutical multinationals, with a career spanning from clinical research to executive medical leadership. He's an expert in navigating the Saudi regulatory and institutional landscape, with significant contributions to national registries, hereditary disorders, summits, and collaboration with the Ministry of Health. Dr. Askar will share insight on success story of clinical trials in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Farid Askar to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Today we'll take you through a clinical research success story which is related for one of our main trials which has been executed here in Saudi Arabia. However, I would like to have just a very simple introduction how it all looks like for success for us from a clinical research or a sponsored clinical research or a clinical trial. Taking you through, firstly, clinical research is a mutual responsibility whereby networking with all involved parties, we will increase our clinical research footprint for Saudi. By saying this, we have 5 main pillars here, or 5 main stakeholders we would like to interact and network with them, starting firstly with the investigational team. So by considering them as the main core responsible team for clinical trial performance, our main selection will be related to how to select the right investigational team for our clinical trial. Moving forward will be related for the ecosystem, which is considered one of our main pillars for the operational feasibility, to check if the site has the full capabilities and full infrastructure related for a clinical research or a clinical trial performance. Then it will be related for IRB. We need to make sure that IRB has a very well-established SOPs from all aspects related for submission, documents, unification. We working ahead to understand that we have all related templates for a clinical trial performance available, and we are working ahead to ensure that we are trying as much as we can to minimize startup timelines. On another note is related for if we got any deviation or any escalation issue, we make sure that we have a stakeholder within the ecosystem could support us in solving any challenges related for a quality or a protocol performance. Then enablers, and here I would like to thank Saudi NIH. They have put a lot of efforts to ensure that we have a fully unified documents nowadays, especially related for a clinical trial agreement, minimizing negotiation time for a clinical trial agreement, and ensure that we will start clinical trial with the timelines matching other multi-centers. Moving forward will be related for regulators. With the Saudi FDA, we have nowadays a clear pathway in each and single aspect for a clinical trial. By saying this, I would like to share how it looks like for a PNH clinical trial, which has been implemented in one of the sites here in Saudi Arabia, with main rescue site related for global team was not performing well from a patient recruitment in this clinical trial. So Saudi Arabia has been included in a late phase within this clinical trial to ensure that we will have our patient targets from a global perspective. So Saudi Arabia has been selected for a rare disease, PNH, which is not that high incidence or prevalence here in Saudi. However, site selection itself and PI selection was a key pillar for the success of a clinical trial. How it looks like for us for the success, it's related for starting by study startup timelines. It has been minimized We just have started within 6 months from protocol package receiving till SIV, which means a huge success for us as a Saudi. And by saying this, PI was also working during 6 months to identify patients, as we received 2 protocols, one for naive patient and one for pre-treated patient for PNH. For naive patient, unfortunately, we were unlucky. Patients already has been met targets on a global aspect, and by this arm has been closed, and we are only eligible for the arm for retreated patient. It was a challenging for the PI. PI was highly demotivated. He was not actually looking to participate well in this trial. However, with the right partnership, and especially with IQVIA, we supported the PI to get him on track again, to get him value from recruiting patient within a trial, and we succeeded that, minimizing startup timelines and have a pre-screened patient before SIV, and CRA from IQVIA was literally sitting with the PI on a daily aspects to ensure that we will have right patient identification for trial as per inclusion and exclusion criteria. And by saying this, as mentioned by Dr. Ahmed Al-Askar previously, PI commitment is one of the high pillars we are building in a clinical trial performance. On another note is a partner we are dealing with. As actually speaking, IQVIA has put a lot of efforts in such a trial to make sure that we will have a good position from a performance perspective. So even a CRA nowadays have a lot of responsibilities to ensure that PI is well aware about all inclusion and exclusion criteria. We are trying to identify patients as early as we can, as just with starting the trial itself, we ensure that we have a right patient who can be included within screening phases, and to ensure that screen failure also will be less. As this also another KPIs we are nowadays putting in our consideration in a clinical trial performance. How to ensure that screen failure will be less with our patients, and to ensure also the cost will not exceed what we have from a global perspective, from a budget perspective. Sharing this, we have achieved our target in such a trial with a full commitment from a full team, starting from Roche site, investigational team working in such a trial, and our partner within this trial, who's mainly was IQVIA. By saying this, I would congratulate IQVIA team, as they did a marvelous work in such a trial, ensuring that we have a full commitment team from their side, knowing well how it will look like for patient outcomes, receiving innovative therapy for one of rare diseases. And finally, I would like to end up with the main message for Roche is trying to doing now what patients need next from a clinical research perspective, especially ensuring that we are providing innovative therapy for Saudi patients here in Saudi. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr. Farid, for sharing this inspiring and insightful success story. We would like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani, Dr. Ahmed Al-Askar to the stage to honor our distinguished speaker. We now move move to an engaging and timely panel discussion entitled The Clinical Trials Future in Saudi Arabia, Perspectives from Industry Innovators and Leaders. This panel will bring together distinguished leaders from industry and research to discuss opportunities, challenges, and the future directions of clinical trials in the kingdom. This panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Hisham Badruddin. Dr. Badruddin is a clinician, scientist, and strategic leader in the intersection of healthcare, biotechnology, and policy. Dr. Badruddin currently serves as the director of the Saudi Biobank Center at Keynote and an associate professor of cardiovascular pharmacotherapy and a consultant cardiovascular clinical pharmacist. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Badruddin to the stage.
All right. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my utmost pleasure to welcome you to the second panel discussion. As Dr. Yara has mentioned, my name is Hisham Badruddin and I serve as the director of the Saudi Biobank Center. So as far as I can see, I see so many people coming from the industry sector, from the pharma sector, and I can see bunch of scientists coming from research centers, academic centers as well. So what I'll try to do within this session basically is a little bit to be disruptive. When I was talking to my peers in the upcoming session, I was telling them I have lots of things that I will accuse you about and you guys have to defend them. So without further ado, if you may allow me to welcome Professor Ahmed Al-Jadea to the stage. Mr. Ahmed is a well-known figure in the healthcare sector, in the biotech, in research ecosystem as well. He serves as we speak as the Vice Chairman and the Managing Director of SB Mako or Dawaiya. Professor Ahmed, please join us at the stage. Also a well-known figure, if you may allow me to introduce Dr. Mustafa Al-Jasser, a very close friend. However, he's an enemy in this session to me, so he better answer my question. Otherwise, that enemyship will extend beyond this session. Dr. Mustafa is the Chief Business Officer at Stair Pharma Company. Please join me welcoming Dr. Mustafa. Next, from Tabuk Pharma, of Mr. Faisal Rubayshi. He is the Director of Regulatory Affairs. Please join me welcoming as well Mr. Faisal Rubayshi. Last but not least, it's rare to have two Hishams at once at one session, so that's quite distinctive. Please join me welcoming Dr. Hisham Farouk. Dr. Hisham, he is the Country Medical Director of AstraZeneca and Biopharma. All right. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I promised the audience that we will have a disruptive session, for which we will have some claims regarding the role of the biopharma and the pharmaceutical companies in enriching the ecosystem of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. So if I asked about Sder Pharma, SB Macom, Tabuk, AstraZeneca, from a market access perspective, from government affair perspective, everyone is well aware of your contribution to the Saudi market. However, the first claim that I have for you, that you guys are not contributing an inch to the clinical trial ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. This is a claim that we always get to hear. The ship has already sailed in clinical trials in Saudi Arabia a long time ago, yet when we ask, where is Sder, where is Tabuk, where is SB Mako, I'm going to get to AstraZeneca in a minute, you guys are not there. So I'll open the discussion for Professor Ahmed if you want to share some insights. Please open the mic. Everyone has to get the answer. There's no excuses.
Okay. طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعد الله صباحكم جميعا. Thank you, Dr. Hisham. Okay, so I recently switched teams, I would say, from government to private. So I know where this is coming from. And in order to make it also more interesting, and I could claim that, unfortunately, the infrastructure here in Saudi Arabia when it comes to executing clinical trials is not as mature as we would like it to be compared to other countries of similar economic situation, similar GDP, similar population, and knowing that Saudi Arabia has actually a variety of diseases that could be a target for clinical trials, starting from chronic diseases to the rare and ultra-rare diseases. That puts it actually a very unique country when it comes to clinical trials. Now, I'm not trying to defend private sector. Private sector has a lot of potential to collaborate with the government sector and other private health institutions to execute clinical trials. Now, let's remember something. Vision 2030 started by the announcement of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, in 2016. After that, multiple transformational programs have been kicked off, including the healthcare transformation. One of the healthcare transformation results is the establishment of the Saudi NIH. So Saudi NIH was just established, let's be honest and clear with everybody, which is a very fundamental institution to encourage participation of the private sector in clinical trials. Now, I don't know about others, I speak only about SBMACO. SBMACO has signed as a first pharma company with Saudi NIH to sponsor clinical trials and also localize clinical trials in all aspects of disease areas. And we already signed this with the Saudi NIH, and we have a very win-win situation with them where we could actually sponsor them and benefit from the results or the outcomes of the clinical research and vice versa, where we could actually bring clinical trials and SNIH would participate or get some kind of revenue to be spent on future and further clinical trials. The second thing, pharma is mainly based on medicine. So when we talk about medicine, we didn't have a national medicine strategy, unfortunately, that calls for implementation and localization of clinical trials. The national biotech strategy was just announced last year, and by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince as well. So let's be honest, the government sector has come to the game late, which is fine, okay? It's better to come late than never. And I think now we started working with multiple institutions. We have signed, again, I'm speaking on behalf of SPEMACO, we already have signed with Kmark. Prof. Al-Askar is here, can testify for this, to support clinical trials. We have already signed with KFSH. I saw Dr. Al-Jazairi a few minutes ago, and he can testify to this. Now, put all of this aside. Let's talk about the real pain of the private sector. Private sector is for profit. And we always follow our interests because, I speak against Spemaco, we are a listed company. We have shareholders, and our shareholders would like to see their money spent on something that has a return. One of the things that I could claim, and I would like, and I hope I can see actually people from the academia here, one of the things that we've been suffering from in Saudi Arabia is that most of our academic research is targeted toward promotion from assistant to associate and then full prof, without really meaningful impact when it comes to economic participation, generating outcomes or products that are going to be ultimately speak as the results of the participation here of the clinical research. And I claim this is the only pharma company, Spemaco, here in Saudi Arabia, has worked previously a few years ago with King Saud University. And we created the first ever pharma product that is 100% patented, fully localized from idea generation, execution, clinical trials, animal trials, and preclinical to clinical trials, until we actually register the product for the first time. But this is the exception to the rule, unfortunately. How many pharmacy schools do we have? How many colleges of medicines do we have? How many researchers and clinicians we have? And unfortunately, this is the only example I can give. I don't feel proud about it. I wish I could tell you that we generated multiple products and from that clinical trial participation. But the reality is, most of our researchers are not conducting research with the intention to come up with a fully workable product that could be localized here in Saudi Arabia. Now, there is something that I can give you a hint about. I cannot divulge more information about it because of the non-disclosure agreement we have. Spemaco now is working on the first ever biological molecules to be created and localized here in Saudi Arabia, again from idea generation till full product manufacturing, and it's going to be the first ever, inshallah, Saudi-made biological product that we will all, inshallah, be proud of. I hope I covered your point.
Sort of. I'm going to get back to some of the claims that you claimed about Kmark and King Faisal. Personally, I will hear from Dr. Mustafa. Then I want to get back to something you just highlighted, for which you're envisioning clinical trial. Again, I'm not wearing the hat of Kmark today. So if I'm among the audience, I would say, why Kmark, why King Faisal? So this is something we will delve back to. But I would like to hear also from Dr. Mustafa about his insights about the claim that I just mentioned.
طيب أول شيء بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. دكتور ما خليت لنا شيء ما شاء الله تبارك الله, لكن and I would like to highlight some point. And I totally agree with what was mentioned by Prof. Ahmed. Previously, most of the local player and local company, they are focusing on small molecules. Why should, as a pharma company, invest in a clinical trial where all the evidence has been approved by regulators? So we doesn't see any visibility, any outcome we are expecting as local player toward that. This point number one. So I'm very transparent way. So I don't need to spend in a clinical trial where already indications, efficacy, safety were approved. This point number one. So we doesn't see any outcome behind that investment. Now, pharma industry is booming. We are shifting from small molecule chemicals toward biosimilar, where even at that time, local company, they did not move toward biosimilar, which require certain investment in a clinical trial. Now, I believe the future will be totally different, such as cell gene therapy, all of these type of medications. So I believe the local player will invest in that area, frankly speaking, especially that regulator now ready, as mentioned by Prof. Ahmed, so I will not go back to say same things. Policy are there. Still, I believe we need more investment on the people, either a researcher. We need to drive university to give us the outcome fit with us as industry, rather than only for, as he mentioned, for promotion. So we have different collaboration. You mentioned that local, they did not do. I would say, no, local do, but it was limited previously. We are helping different stakeholders, but it was limited for bringing, for example, free medications, investing in a small value. Before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID, we are still investing in R&D, but with limited, I can say, efforts, such as only sponsoring certain things, bringing a medication in their behalf, securing that cost on their behalf too, so they can start clinical trial. Is that fitting us? No. Is there any outcome we are expecting previously? No. But I say in the future, since we are developing certain product, I believe yes. We consider, frankly, research has a risk, and usually we calculate it on visibility study. So usually we say risk require reward. So if there is no reward and there is no outcome, we will struggle as a private. So when we spend one halala, I need to make sure that there is a return of that, even 2 years or 5 years. So this is just in summary what we did previously and what we are planning to do in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Faisal, you want to weigh on this?
Just echoing what my colleagues said, and to add, I would like to thank the health authorities, Saudi FDA, for their new pathways for clinical review, shortening the time of review. You can see in the previous presentation the number of applicants and clinical trials that have been submitted increased dramatically since 2019 till now. And we see that it's going to grow more. It motivates us as a local pharmaceutical manufacturing company to enhance our capabilities, improve our talents, and then to contribute more in clinical trial, expanding our pipelines and adding value to our company, to the patient, and to society. Thank you.
Now, I'm just going to shift some gears so that we can include both of the local aspects and the global aspects. Now, Dr. Hisham, probably my question to you, and I'm quite sure there are many other global companies who are sitting, and by the way, I hate the word local and global. I think most of who is sitting here are actually global, but as we speak, Bimako, Tabuk, everyone here among the audience is basically global by now. But that being said, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, so on and so forth, for the most part, they have an extensive pipeline of medications, whether in preclinical, phase 1, all the way to phase 3. MashaAllah, AstraZeneca, they have an extensive pipeline in almost every single disease state. Yet, when you go to phase 1 clinical trials, you would see that certain countries are priorities for AstraZeneca. When you come to AstraZeneca and you ask them, what is Saudi Arabia within that geographic map in localizing and investing in phase 1, it's still not there. That putting this into the exact same perspective of the market access effort, there's a big mismatch.
Yeah.
When you see the effort that you guys are envisioning and imposing in the market access, whenever you have a drug that hits the market, is not matching the exact same effort when it comes to phase 1 or phase 2 in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and I hope my voice is audible, I hope. First of all, I'm very happy personally to be here. I'm 3 months in the kingdom. However, for the last 5 years, I was responsible for the region, so still I was responsible for the kingdom. And many years from that, I spent 10 years in the kingdom before. And I would like to first congratulate you. Very quick personal story. 13 years ago, I was actually working in Novartis, okay? And I got an assignment to go to Dr. Ahmed Al-Askar. He wouldn't remember because it was through one of my colleagues. His name is Omar Mansi. But the question was, can we do a study in Saudi Arabia? Can we do a biopharma phase 2 and phase 3 studies in Saudi Arabia? And we actually get it done. So that was 12 years ago. The fast forward, and I'm going to link that to the question that you asked, Dr. Hisham. When I joined here 3 months ago, like the country president for us told me, Hisham, we need to have, our aspiration is to make, as Dr. Gidea highlighted, to have a Saudi product. And it's so much linked to what you're saying. So you all know, and I also cannot disclose that much, but I really would like also to congratulate Professor Gidea because we're going to the same direction. We're actually doing the partnership with Keymark is to try to put like a fingerprint in phase 1 and phase 2 studies. I optimistically want to say that we really want to do this in a foundational right way. We want to really go and train scientists to work with our extensive team in R&D to build not only like just one molecule, but also the capability to make this a sustainable, hopefully, project. So we are doing that. This is our aspiration. And I honestly wanted to also have a quick reflection on the first question. Our problem is actually completely different. It's exactly as you started your message. So AstraZeneca currently, so the current situation, I think the report from NIH, we're actually number one when it comes to the R&D along with Novartis in Saudi Arabia. But I'm coming here personally on a crisis management thing. The message I'm having from our headquarters, we have 195 assets in R&D, and we need patients and countries for those trials. So that's where we're coming from. So for us, this is not enough. We need to extend the participation in our trials beyond phase 3 to phase 2 and phase 1. And we need to balance between two things. First, that when you sit in the medical affairs side, you are balancing between two things. The business aspect, which is clearly mentioned, we are a profitable organization. There is a lot of incentive here that you bring trials, and we benefit from that. We have breakthrough designations because we have some trials here. So the value is very clear from a business, how Saudi is positioned is in the region. It's a gatekeeper. So that's for us is a clear priority. And then when you sit with an R&D team, an R&D team is focused on delivery. So they will always come to you asking for shorter time for setups. If you want to do a phase 1 and phase 2 study, how we ensure that really fits into also global requirement. So coming back to the question that you mentioned, it is a clear direction to where we are going, that we need to expand our fingerprint, especially we have a couple of sites here, or several sites here, that we have an extensive record in phase 3 and phase 2. So when we go and ask for a stretch, the global headquarters are listening, but some sort of the collaboration we started, for example, with Keymark, is to take the scientists and build collaboration. I believe that's the way that we're going to help us to expand even this to phase 1.
Excellent. We'll get to some of the aspects that you have just mentioned. Now, going back to Keymark, King Faisal. Why it's all about Keymark and King Faisal? What's in it for them? What's in it for you, number one? The second question that I have for you, there's a claim that you guys are only investing in these two entities because there is a well-established infrastructure over there. However, the unique patient populations that you guys are probably looking for might not be residing in these institutions. What is Faqih? What is Al-Habib? What is the private sector? Number one. What is the underserved areas in terms of investing in building capabilities and capacity for which you envision launching some of your molecules down the road in these entities? Professor Ahmed.
Okay, so in order to answer this question, I have to divide the question into three sections. First one is why only these two? I never said only these two. I said we started with KFSH and Keymark, and we're going to move forward with the others, but let's also be realistic. The number of well-established, qualified centers to conduct clinical trials of high quality is not that high in Saudi Arabia. So we're moving also with King Fahd Medical City, King Fahd Specialist Hospital in Dammam, and King Abdullah Medical City in Mecca as well. And this is part of our plan. Now, the type of research sometimes mandates that you go to a center where they see more patients, and the number one issue in any clinical research is actually patient recruitment. And in order to be able to recruit the best subjects for your clinical research is when you have patients that can be recruited in these medical centers, because they work as tertiary/quaternary care hospitals, and they get referrals from all over the kingdom, and they tend to see more patients with more advanced complex diseases, I would say, including genetics and rare diseases. Hematology oncology is also, remember that these two centers are among the largest, actually the largest centers when it comes to hematology oncology, genetics diseases, rare diseases, and others. So this is mainly the target. Now, when it comes to more of large, conducting large studies in the kingdom that addresses chronic diseases such as diabetes, which is one of the most prevalent diseases in the kingdom, cardiovascular diseases, obesity, and others, I agree with you. This might not be the target for clinical trials because the bulk of the patients are mainly in the Ministry of Health and the private sector nowadays. Now, why not the private sector? Again, we are open to all type of medical centers. We are in negotiations with Al Habib Hospital or Health Group now in order to also execute some clinical trials over there. Again, the type of research, the patients that can be recruited, the environment, the infrastructure of the clinical research, the maturity of their IRB committee, the conducting and monitoring of clinical research is also very important for us. So we always go and play with the most mature usually, because this calls for more success, potential for more success. And I don't want to say much, but tell me how many phase 1 approved clinical trial center we have here in Saudi Arabia. It's only Keymark. Yeah, it's only Keymark. I mean, there are not many options to select from. How many phase 2 clinical trials approved? Few, very few, 3. Okay, so again, I think it's an effort by everybody. Regulation is very important. Health systems are extremely important. Pharma industry and private sectors are extremely important in this. We cannot elevate the level of clinical research and clinical trials in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia without the help and support of everybody. Again, I don't want to go back to the first question, but go back a little bit history and see when was the first regulation of clinical trials that was approved here in Saudi Arabia. What year?
Jamil, Dr. Hisham, you want to add something to this?
If you allow me, I want to build on a critical comment that Dr. Gidea mentioned. It's actually in our best interest to expand to like beyond those credible sites. I'm going to give you an example. So the good news is that, for example, recently we have allocated 3 global trials, literally half of what we got in over the last 10 years in the last 1 month. And that's just a message around the interest in Saudi Arabia. However, we also got a couple of rejections for trials when they were asking for treatment-naive patients. Patients were, in that case of the trial, patient on metformin, HbA1c is 9. You will never see those most likely in King Faisal or National Guard as tertiary hospital. You will see them in private or in remote area. But then you are struck with the idea is that, okay, so when it comes to the availability of the patients and standard, that required inclusion criteria, it's not in those sites, it's in the other sites. So then comes the hard questions, like how those sites are ready to do, like, for example, phase 2 or phase 3 studies. And if you allow me to add just one more thing around that, also as a suggestion and a tip, and it's like a secret between the 1,000 people in the room. So when I speak to the global team and try to motivate them around to convince to get more trials in Saudi, for example, I actually use His Highness' first quote around the Vision 2030. I told them, see, this is a country commitment to invest in research, 2.5 in GDP. So I tell them that you have a whole commitment, and then I also build in the legacy of those sites. The reality is that the key point, in my opinion, is that how this can land into some of the institutes as well as an objective. Like when you evaluate a certain center, how you move research from like a good to have, cherry on the top, is some sort of a KPI to assess that this is actually a good hospital because they have a clear program to do like phase 3 and phase 2 studies. The point I would also 100% echo, as Dr. Al-Judea mentioned, as a pharma, because we have a best interest to really do studies here because of the incentives, because of the huge need for our pipelines to really have patients. So we're so much willing to collaborate to help the capability. But you cannot move from 0 to 50 in one day. They need to be a mutual capability, like mutual interest, to make this as a foundation of that this hospital we need to be doing phase 3. And then a big pharma who also have an interest to find patients, to find patient inclusion that can only resides in remote areas, to help them to build that capability, I would say.
Building on this, I just want to continue on this discussion. Now, Prof. Ahmed has been in the Ministry of Health, and especially with the new novel and innovative medications right now, the cost and the expenditures on the government is skyrocketing for me to fund these things to bring them to my patients. Now, many countries have implemented, many ways for them to have, an HTA, value-based, and registries for these patients. Now, how do you take the fact that Ministry of Health or the regulators in the down the road, downstream, will not? What if they came to you and they said, we're not going to register your medication down the road if we didn't have any of our population enrolled in your clinical trial? How does that being perceived from AstraZeneca or any other pharma company here?
So we know that this is coming. So now we are in the incentive stage. Like now, and we, as I mentioned, we were very lucky because we wanted to do that, is that we have actual examples of molecules who managed to get a breakthrough designations because we have studies have been done in the kingdom. Like because it's still on, we still didn't get the approval, but we have a breakthrough designation for 2 cases. So we know that we are in the honeymoon stage where basically, if you do the right thing, getting more trials, you will have an incentive. But we also very cautious that when it comes to the future, because that happened in other countries, it will be a mandate. So for us, the discussions we are having now with our global headquarters to invest in more trials in Saudi, because we are anticipating the future, especially in some disease conditions where you have some specifics in Saudi, or you have, for example, a high prevalence from a burden. So we clearly know that we are going to that direction when it comes to the involvement in trial, and also the part, by the way, beyond the trial to registries. Like now, that's the business as usual, that if you want to bring a biologic, you need to demonstrate down the road that it actually works, for example, and we're investing massively also in the registries as well, because we understand that this is happening. We try to take one additional step, and I think this is a duty on all the pharma companies. And without mentioning the brand, but one of the registries that we established as we registered the molecule as well, is that we are trying to we go to the institutes and we say, how can we help you to make sure that you actually get a good publication out of that? There's a huge local expertise, but we always want to say, and this is, in my opinion, a rule to every company, to stretch a hand and say, I can get you, for example, and this is an actual situation, I can get the colleague who is working on the biggest registry in that particular area to work with our expert. So the transfer of knowledge and sometimes the transfer of tech is sustainable. But just to bring it short to your question, we know that this is coming. We are trying now to do it to benefit from the incentive stage, but we see this coming down the road in some of the disease areas.
Can I comment on this? I don't think it's coming. It's already there. We are again publicly listed company. We announced the localization of 2 vaccines, very important vaccines for Saudi Arabia, the flu vaccine and the MCV4. And Saudi FDA has required us to conduct clinical trials. And we already signed to localize the clinical trials here in Saudi population. So it's already there. It's a mandate already for anything for Saudi Arabian market that doesn't have clinical trials that includes Saudi population, or for other biosimilars or at least vaccines currently in gene cell therapy that Saudi Arabia has to conduct their own clinical trials. And we're executing the 2 vaccine clinical trials. We started with the Saudi NIH agreement, and you will see it inshallah soon in different medical cities.
Dr. Mustafa?
First of all, it's not only those 2 where we are collaborating with. There are some also governmental in Eastern region or Western. Usually we collaborate with them in past years, again, by different roles. Frankly, we need to understand the ecosystem, and we need to understand the value chain. Today, as a local player and as a local manufacturer, we are at the end of the value chain. We are working on large scale, and we can go backward toward certain steps, but we cannot cover the full value chain. When I say full value chain, usually where the development start? Usually it's not start by pharma company whom are focusing only on large scale. Usually it's coming from university, it's coming from certain research center, it's coming from, I believe we see it during COVID-19. For example, Pfizer, they did not develop the COVID vaccine. It was acquired, then the clinical trial was running by Pfizer. Same things, all pharma product currently, the major and the big player for pharma company, usually they are focusing on larger scale with certain investment on small scale and CDMO. We call it Contract Development Manufacturing Organization. So I don't want to hire the expectation, frankly speaking, from the local player. I'm representing Sudair, but previously and today, we are focusing on large scale, frankly speaking. We are going to investing in the future of pharma industry, but with calculating multiple risk. How Saudi FDA is ready today, how the government create an incentive, what kind of support and offtake can be given, for example, if I start this kind of development. So it's many things need to build it in our assumption before we spend even a cent. Again, we are care about patient, definitely. But sometimes putting in money, it's not justify that amount of investment and return. Today, we have different relationship. We are working, for example, with King Saud University, how we can take certain product from their research where they publish it, and they enhance, for example, complex generic. We are working with Keynote recently on a new project related more to cell and gene therapy. It's not yet finalized, but we are working on that. So there are many projects that we are working, and I'm seeing that the future, it's more likely we sign more and more, frankly. But the question now coming to finalize my comment, when you say the private, I believe private just recently, last year, if I'm not mistaken, was announced that they get the accreditation. But even though, if a private will come today to Sudair or any local player and ask them, I'm ready to do a clinical trial, so which product I should do it there? So still there is no visibility, frankly speaking. And I believe this is the main challenge. How we can take the product that developed at university level, at hospital level, and take it to value chain, step by step, CDMO, then from CDMO it's go to that full manufacturing. So we need to understand just the value chain. This is my
Jamil, Mr. Faisal, you want to add into this?
Thank you. So as Prof. Ahmed mentioned, advancing our therapies in company, we need to have clinical trials. When you have advanced therapies in the future, you will need to have clinical trials to prove the efficacy and safety and to have them registered. And to have more centers within an established infrastructure, it will be beneficial for all to cover all the geographies within the kingdom and to have all the capabilities. And this will be a part of collaboration with Keymark, King Faisal Specialized Hospital, and other governmental entities to uplift all of these centers to be all as Keymark and King Faisal Hospital. And hopefully we will be in Saudi Arabia as a reference within the region and globally in the upcoming years in clinical trials.
Jamil, now if you may allow me, gentlemen, when we look at localizing certain molecules, back in the days, many committees, higher committees have been established to localize certain molecules in Saudi Arabia as an essence for national security purposes. And we have seen numerous collaborations between local pharma companies with global pharma companies to localize certain biopharmaceuticals, right? This is a clear fact to us. It was quite easy to bring a local company and link it to a global company and have a discussion and a dialogue and extending their negotiation towards creating a platform for collaboration. Yet, Sder Pharma, Tabuk, Dawaiya, this is the closest that we can get you approachable to each other. A conference like this, you guys are sitting in the most approachable and the closest distance from each other. Yet, when it comes to clinical trials, to localizing certain molecules, there's no such vibes, positive vibes. By putting you together, coming with shared vision towards a molecule or clinical trials that fits the nation at large. How do you guys take this claim?
Me? Okay.
All of you.
You're shaking the wrong tree, على قولتهم. I published at least 5 publications on localizing pharmaceuticals. The last one actually was in 25, and we addressed all the issues related to encouraging localizing unique products. I managed to work for the past 8 years on a national project for medicine security, identifying these molecules that needs to be localized to improve our health security. I am, sold when it comes to localizing these molecules, but it's very important also to realize the capabilities that we currently have. Spimako is the first pharma company in the region, and we're celebrating 40th anniversary this month in January. Actually, last month we celebrated in January, and when I look at the whole, history of the 40 years, I can clearly see that, we've been only a generic company focused on small molecules, trying to, replicate what has been done in other neighboring countries like Egypt and Jordan before Saudi Arabia and the GCC. But I think the time has come to realize that Saudi Arabia is the country where it can be the hub for biological, biotechnology, cell and gene, peptides, localization in the whole region. And if we really put this in our mind 20 years ago, we would have been in a much better shape than now. But again, it's never too late. I think now with the National Biotech Strategy, the focus has, and by the way, the National Biotech Strategy, if you look at it, it's based on 4 pillars. 3 of them are actually pharma related. Vaccines, genomics, including gene therapy, and as well as biological localization. And the only thing that's not part of pharma is the plant or agriculture biotechnology. So most of the biotechnology that the government would like us to be involved in is related to pharma. Again, currently we have 56 registered pharma company in Saudi Arabia. 30 of them are manufacturing. Unfortunately, all the 30 are only manufacturing small molecules, generics, solid dosage forms, sterile injectables, and that's it. When you talk about the major complex molecules, when you talk about complex manufacturing, you wouldn't see this localized here in Saudi Arabia. And I'm not talking about, by the way, large molecules like biologicals. I'm only talking here about the level of complexity of manufacturing. So, you know, during COVID-19, I was at the Saudi Ministry of Health, and AstraZeneca came and wanted to localize their vaccine. They couldn't find a single site that is capable of localizing fill and finish, not even formulate fill and finish. Fill and finish, unfortunately, at that time. Now we are capable, because Spimaco also localized the first and only biological in Saudi Arabia, and we're moving also with more and more, inshallah. Again, I think this is a matter of a national security. It is very important for all of us to couple it with the theme of this conference, which is clinical trials. However, I want to go back to this same concern that we all have. It should be a win-win. It should be a win to the country, our patients, our health systems, and our companies or pharma. Without having a win-win situation, I don't think we're going to move further.
Mustafa, if you want to add.
Yeah, adding to what Prof, I totally agree with what he mentioned. 5 years ago, most of the manufacturing line were not existing at Saudi Arabia, frankly speaking. We doesn't have pre-filled syringe, we doesn't have many things. After, I believe, COVID-19, Saudi government realized that there is a need to manufacture certain critical areas, starting from insulin, plasma, vaccine, and all of this will build a capability. So we are expecting very soon to announce, for example, plasma manufacturing facility. Sooner or later, and I believe in global health, last global health, Saudi government announced already that vaccine has been announced to be localized. The beauty of all of these that we will start and we are moving toward that. Why this was not happened before, I can say we were out of the incentive. We doesn't create any incentive for any global partner to come to Saudi. And the local player at that time, they doesn't want to take any risk, frankly speaking. So I will be in a position to be fair. Why should I invest and bring manufacturing lines and investing on them where the local player, they are not motivated to bring any technology to Saudi. So it's not make sense and will not justify any investment. Recently, especially after COVID-19, I believe the government now, and especially the Committee 399, 248, all of them, they are focusing how they prioritize and how they put a strategic KPI for anyone who would like to localize. Local Content Authority, they create something very nice. It's an economic participation. مشاركة اقتصادية. If you invest in a clinical trial, you will get an outcome. And it's mandatory for all international players. So today, if you see any international player, they are investing in a clinical trial. It's not a matter to invest only in Saudi. No, they will be incentivized. Otherwise, they cannot get any tender from Saudi government. They will be limited. So I believe all these kind of incentives that created by Saudi government, it's motivate us as a local and international player toward localization. Localization of product and the clinical trial.
Mr. Faisal, you want to add something to this?
Just to start, as Prof. Ahmed mentioned, for small molecules, we already in Tabuk have manufacturing locally most of our product. For advanced molecules, I believe it's coming. We have already signed several agreements with the local content authorities to localize several products. There are several projects within the government, as have been mentioned, for vaccines, plasma, and other initiatives that will help solve and localize these products in the future. On the other hand, please keep in mind that it is difficult for a single, entity or a manufacturer to produce all range of products. There is a utilization for each line and production. For example, in Tabuk, we have a cephalosporin plant, which is dedicated only for cephalosporin, and you cannot manufacture anything within this plant. It is difficult for other companies to also build a site dedicated for cephalosporin because the saturation level of the product manufactured will be very high and the competition will be very difficult, and it won't be profitable for the companies to produce the products. So I believe in the future it is part of a collaboration between all companies. It is not just one company to build all the facilities to produce every single molecule, either single, small, or complex molecules. What we can promise, we are now investing to build up our capabilities, having more advanced therapy and complex molecules to be produced locally. We are also collaborating with international companies, and we also have some collaboration within the local pharma companies to utilize the facilities that we already have.
I see. Now, my very last question, and this is the elephant in the room, I would say. Now, if you look at Saudi Arabia's fabric, you're talking about skyrocketing chronic diseases. We're acquiring risk factor as we speak in a very skyrocketing patterns. When you look at the burden of rare diseases, also skyrocketing. And this imposes a huge pressure on the government to fund and finance the healthcare system in Saudi Arabia. Professor Ahmed mentioned that fast forward in the past 25 years, yes, it's better late than never. What needs to be done in the next 5 years for us not to regret this moment? What needs to be done? What are you guys asking for from the government sector, from the academic institution, research centers? We have huge lab facilities. We have huge infrastructures. We have national open lab platforms. We have all what it takes. So everyone is ready. Everyone is gearing up. However, when you look at the financing component, everyone is struggling. Government, private, non-private, research centers, academic institutions. The only major players that we can envision in the next 5 years who can contribute to this aspect, for the most part, is the pharma and the biotech companies. So what needs to be done? What are your requests in the next 3 to 5 years for us not to come and regret this moment and say, يا ريت اللي قرب مكان على قولته.
If you allow me, and I think things have improved significantly compared to 5 to 10 years ago, and I think my colleagues have explained this in very detailed manner. But I think moving forward, I think it's very important for the government to come with the mentality of a win-win. We as for-profit organizations would like to put the money where it generates more money. And this is our commitment to our shareholders. The idea of giving incentives to pharma, local pharma, in order to participate not only in clinical trials but in the ultimate situation, which is ensuring the health security when it comes to medicines here in Saudi Arabia, is very important. And I think there are many other incentives that are missing for us here. What is it for us if we localize a new biological agent? Am I going to be treated the same as others? Why am I not given incentives in terms of pricing when I conduct clinical trials? All of this doesn't exist, unfortunately. So we need what about offtake agreements from NOPCO and local content? What about pricing incentives in the private sector and others? I think without such incentives, the pharma would continue to be hesitant in investing more money into localization and localizing clinical trials. There are many that we have already communicated with the regulators, whether it's Saudi FDA, local content, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Investment. And to be honest with you, it takes time to put all of those stakeholders together to come up with a unified incentive manual for pharma, local pharma, in order to encourage them to spend more time, more money in R&D and more money here. Now let's remember something very important. You know, the money that we generate as local companies, with all due respect, you know, we recycle it here, okay? It's spent here. We generate it here and spent it here. You know, we don't have headquarters in Basel or in whatever where all the money is there, and our company is not listed, you know, in SPI or NASDAQ. Our company is listed here, the money is here, we're recycling the money here, and it's all about generating value for our patients and for our customers. In this case, is actually the government.
Dr. Mustafa?
We need to be frank, in the next couple of years, we need to understand what's the government priority. Just maybe Prof. Ahmed mentioned that we need an incentive, but what's the government priority? Today, if the product is feasible and we are, it's clear for us, it's worth, definitely we will do it, even if there is incentive or not. But sometimes government would like to go to a certain area where the priority is different. For example, some governmental entity, they have listed priority product that they would like to localize. They would like to do a clinical trial. Where the other governmental entity, they have the opposite list. So guys, what's your priority? So we need to unify a pharmaceutical product that need to be prioritized. I believe we have a great asset. The outcome of Saudi genome product is a great opportunity for local player to invest in cell and gene therapy. So there is a direction, but by regulation, if I'm not mistaken, local player, they cannot go to that area. We don't have a permission to have an accessibility for that. So it's need, for example, royal decree, approval, many things need to be done. But I believe Saudi genome identify a great opportunity to treat this patient, and we need to take it forward to next steps. But we doesn't have, as of today, any exposure for these data. How the government will take an action on that. So certain things can be done. How we can localize biosimilar and what kind of incentive that they will do it. So all of these, if identified by Saudi government, will be great.
Great. So Faisal, you want to add any final comments to this?
Oh, thank you. So, as mentioned, it is difficult for the companies to produce all products and to go within like the field of vaccines, and then all companies will produce vaccines. It's difficult for us all to produce the same thing. Having the incentives that has been made by the government was a push to all pharma to have localized all of these complex products, and to have more incentive for important and highly needed product to be localized will be very helpful for us in the industry. We will also would like to see more collaboration between public, private, and academia to come up with new project or new, initiatives to create either advancement of the current therapies that we have, or even to create new therapies.
Perfect. Dr. Hisham?
So just a couple of comments from my side, and I always look to AstraZeneca here as like a multinational, but with a strong local flavor. Like Professor Jidan knows that we have a very strong, for example, collaboration with Spamaco about local manufacture here. 80% of our team is actually local. My team personally in medical departments are like, out of 25, 18 female local Saudi who graduated from that, and I'm very proud of this. They're doing an amazing job. The way even like, as a multi-pharma who have been here for many, many years, 40 to 50 years, the way we look to business is that we cannot work without a very strong foundation in the country. Either manufacture, R&D collaboration with Kmark, because we know that that's basically the way it should be and the way that the future is going to be. Our problem is different. Like the point of incentive, we are really benefiting from that. We see a value, and this should be an always narrative that's highly appreciated, because everyone, even like if you are a multinational who have like a lot of assets, like if you have benefit in listing, registration, all of these, it's definitely motivational. But we're talking about, if you ask me one thing that we need to change is that what I mentioned earlier, that how we can stretch to some of the institutes, that research becomes a core capability of the organization. Like if you look to, and I've done a very interesting exercise with, we have a very well-established SMM team, have been here for 10 years. We've done a very strong exercise. Our time from clinical trial agreement to real-time enrollment is 170 days. And I was very happy to see in the presentation in the morning the regulation by the Saudi FDA to accelerate the time of approval, but there is a lot can happen within that. Like if we have literally, if research become a foundational way to look into the big institutes as a core capability, and then there is more support and drive to, for example, like a national framework of how to facilitate the trials as startup, we can definitely strengthen that in Saudi Arabia. I always look to what you mentioned in the beginning as a strength point. There are several trials. When we go to our global headquarters, it becomes very easy to build on, like, you know that site, it becomes a very easy conversation. The key challenge is that how can you scale up to more sites where those sites know that it's not an optional, it is some sort of a way that these big institutes will be governed if they have a clinical trial unit that is visible and solid or not.
Well, gentlemen, I can see Dr. Neda is taking a look at the watch, and she's threatening all of us. So 4 or 5 against 1, women's always first, so they win. Gentlemen, thank you so much. It was an extremely insightful conversations to have you on board, and I wish in the near future we get to see many regulations, many aspects gets to be transformed in the way we envision clinical trials with the local companies and the mutual benefits with the global companies. With that, please give them a round of applause, and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
A sincere thank you to our esteemed moderator and panelists for the engaging and insightful discussion. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Neda Sahibani, Prof. Majid Al-Fadl, and Prof. Ahmed Al-Askar to the stage for honoring our distinguished moderator and panelists. Starting with Dr. Hisham Badruddin. بروف أحمد الجداع. دكتور مصطفى الجاسر. مستر فيصل الربيشي. and Dr. Hisham Farouk. Dear esteemed guests, we will now take a break for networking and refreshments, and we will resume our conference program at 1 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for rejoining us. We will now continue with the next theme of our program titled Technology and Innovation in Clinical Trials. This theme highlights the role of digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies in shaping the future of clinical trials at both local and global levels. Starting with our theme, we will begin with an important panel discussion titled Harnessing AI and Emerging Technologies in Clinical Trials, Global Innovations and Local Experience. This panel will explore how artificial intelligence and emerging technologies are reshaping the clinical trials landscape, from study design and patient recruitment to data management and decision-making. I am pleased to introduce the moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Joui. Dr. Al-Joui is a senior leader in data and AI, having held prominent positions across both governmental and industrial sectors. He earned his PhD in computer sciences and a master in bioinformatics from New Jersey Institute of Technology. His expertise focused on medical AI, multimodal learning for disease risk prediction, utilizing genomics, medical imaging, and electronic health record and structured data. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Abdurrahman to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Thank you for attending this conference, and I'm very excited to moderate an important session, which is the intersection between AI and clinical trials and how can it accelerate the progress in clinical trial and ultimately to make drugs easier to reach markets safely and effectively. In this panel, we will be discussing a lot of topics related to the intersection of AI with clinical trials. We're going to start with Dr. Asma Al-Faiz, who is a strategic leader in applied artificial intelligence and innovation. She serves as a deputy chairman of Division of AI at King Abdullah International Medical Research Center, KMARC. She holds a PhD in AI from University College London. Dr. Faiz has published extensively in peer-reviewed journals. She brings over 15 years of experience and professional training within international companies, positioning her as an expert in leading AI divisions, projects, and large-scale initiatives. Her work focuses on translating AI methods into high-impact real-world applications, including predictive modeling and event forecasting, using large-scale longitudinal data to support evidence-driven decision-making. Welcome, Dr. Asma, to the stage. Alongside, we will be Dr. Mohammed Al-Ujeri will be joining us to this session. Dr. Mohammed is a scientist with a multidisciplinary background in medical sciences, biotechnology, and genetics. He holds a bachelor degree in medical sciences, a master degree in biotechnology, and a PhD in genetics. His expertise include genomics, multiomics, bioinformatics, and biomedical research. He works at the intersection of artificial intelligence and life sciences. Dr. Mohammed focuses on translating complex biological data into impactful real-world applications, and he works as Director of Integration at Sadaya. Welcome, Dr. Mohammed, to the stage. And lastly, we'll be joined in this panel, Dr. Mohammed Al-Hifdhi. Dr. Mohammed Al-Hifdhi is a consultant physician in preventive medicine and health and clinical informatics, currently serving as the lead for health and life sciences at Lean Business Services, the digital health enabler in the kingdom. Dr. Al-Hifdhi brings deep expertise in the life sciences and payer sectors, having served as Senior Director of Population Health Management at Ta'awuniya and holding strategic and digital leadership roles at both Pfizer and Novartis in Saudi Arabia. His background combines these commercial insights with large-scale clinical transformation including large-scale EMR implementation and directing public health surveillance. He was the former Vice President of Saudi Association for Health Informatics, SAHI, and former Managing Director of Saudi Scientific Society of Preventive Health. Welcome, Dr. Mohammed, to the stage. Welcome to the panel, and we'd start this conversation and how AI will support clinical trials. And we're going to start first by a question that always crosses my mind, is why most of clinical trials are associated with radiology. This includes 75, as we speak today, out of 1,000 of FDA-approved devices or software as a medical device is within radiology field. And when I checked last night, the clinicaltrial.gov, I found out that 33% of active clinical trials are within radiology. So to Dr. Asma Al-Faiz, if you could shed a light on why radiology dominates in this field.
Thank you for the introduction, Dr. Abdurrahman. Thank you all for attending this panel discussion. That's really interesting question, and that's absolutely right. And I agree with you that most of AI application happened in radiology. This is in fact due to the nature of radiology data. So radiology data, like imaging, are well annotated, has or have objective. It's well standardized, and which makes the application of AI for these sort of data, either in research or clinical trials, gives a good result. So this is why it's the focus of AI applications are in radiology, either in research or trials. But nowadays we can see shift toward the electronic health record-based data, although it has, but it moves slower and progress very slow comparing with the radiology data. And this is due to the fact the heterogeneity nature of these data, the governance challenges, and that it needs deeper clinical integration. But anyway, it moves toward the electronic health record-based applications.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asma, for this insight. Is the availability of structured data and the massive amount of data that enables AI to can bring in some of the results that can be approved, and that's why maybe we have such dominance within this field in approved medical devices in the US FDA. To Dr. Mohammed Al-Hafdi, given the digital maturity within Saudi Arabia, we hear unified health records such as Nafis, Sahhati, Anat, and what is our national status in digital infrastructure for clinical trials, and where lean business services can contribute to enhancing these gaps?
Thank you so much. I feel really privileged to be amongst the panel today. The question, I can't actually help it but to remember the previous talks today, previous sessions, when everyone was talking about the infrastructure for clinical trials. What is currently missing is the basics before we go to the AI enablement. You've nicely mentioned the existence of a unified health record in Saudi, which is Lean is very privileged to be the one operating that. If this data is actually available today, what we can do is actually enhance the whole ecosystem with the right technology and access to data, and knowing
not only from a feasibility standpoint, if they want to understand the disease epidemiology, but at the same time, identifying these patients. And I've heard that also from Prof. Al-Askar and Dr. Farid, also in the beginning, when they wanted to know why the retention of these individuals is not there. What if we enable the decentralized clinical trials with the ecosystem that we have? You mentioned Sahati, which is the patient portal that Lean is currently operating. I hope that nobody here doesn't really have access to Sahati. If you don't, please install it. Because this is our gateway to individuals. And ANAT is our gateway to HCPs. What we can then offer and leverage to the whole ecosystem with the regulator is to build the digital infrastructure they need, whether that is a site, from a site operation management, clinical trials management systems, and even for regulators to have this kind of visibility and then identifying these patients. Lean can actually be the partner for the whole ecosystem, not only the regulators, pharmas. This is an open invitation actually for everyone, since Lean is investing not only the time, the resources, to really leverage the infrastructure for clinical trials.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed Al-Ajeri, we saw Dimas Hassabis receiving the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, which is he is a computer scientist working in the field of protein structure prediction, which is basically the AlphaFold. And we hear a lot of buzz around AI to help in drug discovery and so on. And the promise is high, and till today we have no end-to-end AI drug that has been reaching the market. So in your opinion, what are the hurdles that make the drug discovery within AI end-to-end? We see it accelerating, finding patients, matching patients to trials and so on, and finding the target for multiple drugs and so on. But for end-to-end development of drugs using AI, we haven't seen it yet in the market.
First of all, thank you for having me today in this panel. I am honored to be among these beautiful minds. Honestly speaking, our biological system is way more complex than our models. I mean, we have three challenges in this matter. First, the complexity of the biological system. It's very, very complex biological system. The second is the disease itself is very complex. Cancer, for example, cancer is not a single cell issue. It's an entire ecosystem. So it communicates, it resists, it's recruiting other cells as well. So this is another layer of complexity in this matter. And the third thing is the data itself. We have two major issues with data. First, the data quality. The data is still incomplete. We have a lot of issues in the data quality and the data bias. The most biodata today is derived from specific population, and to be more specific, Western population. And we need to have our own biodata. And thankfully, we have that beautiful national biotech strategy, and genomic is one of the pillar of this strategy. And I think every AI-driven therapeutics has one common issue. I call it the last mile issue. It mostly failed in the third phase of clinical trial. And remember that in a decade or so, that last mile issue would be solved by the convergence between AI, biotech, and quantum computing.
Absolutely. So it's like the 80-20 rule, huh? It's very fast to reach 80, but it's very difficult to close that 20. Dr. Asim Al-Faiz, as an AI scientist and an expert, as a leader in the field, in your opinion, if we want to start with building the capacity of AI in clinical trials, the focus should be on one of which of the following, in my opinion, is it the AI talent that we're lacking within Saudi Arabia? Is it the policy, or is it the infrastructure? So in your opinion, and based on your experience that you're having right now at KMERC.
To be honest, from the projects that we run and from what we see in the market, the main reason of, let's say that the AI solutions don't succeed in the real world because as it is when we develop it, because we usually or these models usually developed in isolation to the system they meant to serve. What do I mean by this? Although, for example, at KMARC, we use the real-world data from the Ministry of National Guard Health Affairs data. But it's well known that 70% of the AI expert time and the project time goes to the data cleaning and curated and preparing the data to train the model on and develop the AI models. In that case, this means that we expose and train and develop the model based on curated and clean data. So that's why it gives a good performance and accurate results. But when it comes to exposing the model to the real-world data, it faces a messy, heterogeneous data, which makes the fairness, the accuracy, performance of the model degraded. This is one thing. And the other thing is the trust. I believe trust is a very important aspect. The model trust and the clinician trust. What do I mean by this? So most of the high-performing AI models, they give the answer of, for instance, this patient is going to develop this disease, only yes or no, without explainability. This eventually will lead to the clinician to ask why we have this result, so there will be lack of trust. Here comes developed tools in AI world that called explainable tools that explain the result for clinician. In that case, the explainability, accountability, and clinical involvement will, or clinician involvement will strengthen the AI model integration. So lastly, from my opinion, that to account only on the performance metrics of the AI tool will never fill the gap between the AI performance and the clinical and operation outcomes. We have to measure the performance besides the metrics of the performance metrics to the operational and clinical outcome. Lastly, from my experience, I really believe that the AI solution will only success in only one situation, when the data readiness, governance, and clinical involvement be the core of developing the AI model, not afterthoughts.
Thank you so much for this insight, Dr. Asma, which is like, if I understood, it's like we have to focus on both three, and not only one having like a pilot or alone, or having a plane without a pilot, so as well as the manual for operating such a plane. So we do have the three working in together in order to reach the full benefit of applying AI in clinical trials. Dr. Mohammed Al-Hifdhi, maybe I'll just continue from where Dr. Mohammed Al-Ajeri left us at, which is why we didn't see an end-to-end AI drug that delivered and reached the market. And I want to just maybe want you to shed some light on digital twins and how can it help, because one of the things that Dr. Mohammed maybe mentioned is the complexity of the human anatomy and the human body in general. So how can digital twins work on that, and what are the current status of this technology, and what are Lean's efforts, if you have any work in that space?
Thank you so much for mentioning that specific role. I think phenotypically we are almost there when it comes to the data, because we have data flowing across the systems, we can capture them, despite of the struggles what Dr. Asma was mentioning, regarding structured or unstructured, the quality of data, the amount that needs to be there. But on the other hand, what I think the strength is which where I echo Dr. Al-Ajeri, is now we have the phenotype, but what about the genotype? And this is where I think one of the most struggles in Saudi, which is everything related to the genomics data. And this is something Lean is also heavily invested into building a platform for the Saudi genome as well in relation with the ecosystem. But on top of that, what if we don't need to wait for the drug discovery status? And I like that argument in the beginning where it's not there yet. But I think it is going to be there pretty much soon. We can see many of the companies were actually established, now actually worth billions of dollars, where they don't need to create a whole new molecule, but rather than look at a certain indication within the domain, giving the combination of genotype, phenotype. And if you have these two, maybe we don't need then a real patient to test on. So this is where the digital twin can come into play, because we have all the data for you. We can start the decentralization element where we interact with the patient, and then all the data is going to be flowing from the patient, from the individual himself, where he can actually feed the data through the wearables that he has. He doesn't need to go to sites. Everything can come to his house, and then we can. This maybe sounds a little bit like sci-fi, but I think we are close enough, and the digital maturity in Saudi is pretty much high. We have the right infrastructure. Then it's just enrich the genotype way of looking at our genomics data, then combine it with the phenotypes, which is everything we know from a clinical data. And I think we have the right set. Honestly speaking, even globally, I don't think that many countries have what we have in Saudi, if we just bridge that gap. But also to reply to your argument, there are certain companies where they started the AI discovery phase. Now it's not even in vivo, not in vitro, it's in silico, where you actually do that in that element. And that's, I think, the cutting edge in what is happening in the market. But that can actually expedite the whole process of innovation. What if we don't need animals? Sometimes maybe we don't need even humans in certain phases where we can utilize the digital twin. This is where Lean is actually investing in building this infrastructure. But not also to forget that the current infrastructure for the current ecosystem from regulators, sites, sponsors, and everyone have this kind of enrichment for enabling clinical trials.
Sure. So we do start and finish the trial with digital twins?
You can simulate. Actually, we can simulate a trial today using, if we combine genotype with phenotypes.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Asma, Dr. Mohammed Al-Ajeri, Dr. Mohammed Al-Hafdi, for this panel, and thanks for all the attendees for your listening. And if you do have a question for the panelists, you're more than welcome to do so.
This is interesting. A moderator is very عجبتني ديمقراطيتك صراحة.
Okay. Since we do have no questions, we conclude this panel, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to our distinguished moderator and panelists for the informative discussion. We would like to invite Dr. Nadas Haibani and Prof. Majid Al-Fadl to the stage to honor our moderator and panelists. Starting with Abdurrahman Al-Ju'i. دكتور محمد الحفظي. دكتور أسماء الفايز. and دكتور محمد العجيري. Following our insightful panel discussion, we now move to our next session titled Mastering Adaptive and Decentralized Clinical Trials. This session will focus on how adaptive designs and decentralized trial models are redefining clinical research by increasing flexibility, efficiency, and patient engagement. We are pleased to welcome our distinguished speakers for this session, Dr. Khalid Al-Amir. Dr. Al-Amir is the Vice Dean for Research and Innovation at the College of Clinical Pharmacy and the Director of Clinical Trial Units at Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University. And Dr. Noel Campbell. Dr. Noel Campbell is an Associate Professor of Pharmacy Practice at Purdue University and investigator at Indiana University and a Principal Investigator in Clinical Trials on medication deprescribing and safety in older adults at risk of cognitive impairment and dementia. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed speakers to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. First of all, I would like to thank the scientific committee of KMARC for giving us some time and space to present and reflect on some of our work. I'm really honored today to share the stage with my mentor and PhD advisor, Dr. Noel Campbell, from Purdue University, where we were with our clinical trial team in the past 7 or 8 years to secure multiple RO1 funded clinical trial from the National Institute of Aging, which is a branch of National Institute of Health in the US. I was just thanking Dr. Muhammad, who was nudging the audience in the previous session regarding decentralized clinical trial. You also heard it this morning from Dr. Farouk and Prof. Walid Al-Hazzani when they mentioned decentralized clinical trial. So today, Dr. Noel Campbell and we will be, inshallah, introducing the concept of decentralized clinical trial, remote data collection, and remote assistantship fieldwork methodology. When it's come to decentralized clinical trial, what different aspects as a BI, as a co-I, we need to think about how we fit the mold of decentralized clinical trial into the context of the Saudi clinical trial ecosystem here in the kingdom. So one of the most important feature for any principal investigator to have, if we will name a major characteristics that any principal investigator should have, is anticipating risk and failure before it happened during clinical trial. The average time of conducting a clinical trial lasts for years. The turnover among the research team, the CRC, the co-Is, the data management team within your clinical trial may affect the progress of your clinical trial. There is a lot of variable to account when it's come to conducting clinical trial. It's not a linear relationship. There is a lot of variable may affect that progress. So when we are talking, our colleagues were mentioning decentralized clinical trial. Decentralized clinical trial is defined where some or even all of clinical trial related activity will take place either at the participant home or at a local healthcare facility that's close to the patient. Why it's important within our Saudi context? As you can see, with the increased surge of clinical trial number that was published earlier this year by the Saudi NIH in the number of clinical trial conducted, either investigator-initiated clinical trial or sponsor-initiated clinical trial. We will see a lot of pressure that it will be put on the behalf of traditional clinical trial site, even if we are speaking about mega clinical trial center here in Riyadh, also on principal investigator, physicians, CRC, the nursing team, the investigational medication product pharmacists. They will have an increased load to conduct and deliver different aspects of clinical trial. So why the concept of decentralized clinical trial, it's very important to be introduced at this point here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. As you know, traditional clinical trial can be very costly. It's time consuming because you are interrupting the routine work of your clinic to do research, to collect data from your participant, to do screening, recruitment, randomization, baseline measure at zero time point, then you will be conducting your follow-up to collect your end point. So this is really time consuming. Decentralized clinical trial may be the next low-hanging fruit for us to conduct, but we need to move in a very cautious way. So at the time of the pandemic, the concept of decentralized clinical trial, it was identified for many years now, but it gained a lot of attention during the pandemic because a lot of clinical trial teams, when the pandemic hit and all in-person data collection was paused at that time, they realized that some aspect of their protocol, some variables, some clinical trial activity could be conducted remotely. This is why the shift happened. And inshallah, when Dr. Campbell will reflect on our two ongoing clinical trial with BrainSafe and R2D2, how we handle the pandemic issue. So decentralized is identified by ICH, EMA, US FDA, and this is one of the most important documents that was released by Saudi FDA during the pandemic. And it will be considered the fundamental document that we rely on moving forward when we are talking about decentralized clinical trial. So, as Prof. Walid mentioned this morning, with decentralized clinical trial, if I am conducting a clinical trial here at a mega center in Riyadh, with decentralized aspect, I can screen for potential participant in patient in Hafr al-Batin, or in Hail, or in Tabuk, or in the southern region of Saudi Arabia. I can recruit remotely. I can engage the patient, doing the follow-up and the complete protocol, and being 100% adherent to my protocol through decentralized clinical trial. One of the most important aspects, in addition to the point that was mentioned by Dr. Muhammad, is data quality and accuracy. Now we are witnessing the establishment, at least 2 mega centers here in Riyadh. They are bringing clinical trial management system. In another clinical trial unit with minimum funding, we are utilizing electronic data capture system to serve the role of clinical trial management system. So when you are conducting a multi-site decentralized clinical trial, you are ensuring standardization. You are minimizing inter and intra-variability among your data collector. So you are producing the highest data quality from your clinical trial. And this is the blueprint, this is the roadmap on how you can conduct your clinical trial, which is the tube stop map. Think of it as a metro map. Each station represents a clinical trial activity, and each line represents a different segment within a clinical trial. So when you are designing your protocol, think about what kind of activity, from screening to randomization, to allocation patient to their assigned arm, then doing your baseline measure, doing your follow-up. Think which aspect you can conduct it doing decentralized clinical trial. decentralized clinical trial is a good fit for low to moderate complex clinical trial. It's a very good fit for late phase clinical trial dealing with oral drug. And the expected adverse event resulted from your intervention is minimal. So after the protocol, doing study startup, and this is a very hectic segment doing clinical trial. From contracting to budget planning, it can take a lot of time to do through traditional clinical trial pathway. For regulatory and ethics approval, you have to think about different aspects with data collection when it comes to decentralized clinical trial. Then you have your first patient in, your trial assessment, your patient enrollment, and in trial monitoring when it comes to DCT. We always follow risk-based monitoring plan. Then you have your last patient in, last patient out, even when you are doing inspection or auditing with decentralized clinical trial, you can do it remotely, which may reduce the burden on the behalf of regulatory entity like Saudi FDA. So the decentralized aspect could cover every or some of the aspect depending on the type of protocol that you are developing for your clinical trial. In my opinion, the Saudi NIH published last year their key performance indicator covering strategic and operational aspect, what they want to achieve in the next 5 years. In my opinion, decentralized clinical trial can help within strategic planning regarding the volume of clinical trial, number of clinical trial per 1,000 physicians. It can improve quality compliance and capacity when it comes to data standardization among different persona within your clinical trial spread through different sites. It can also improve enrollment rate in theory because you are increasing the square of potential participants that you can recruit from. You are improving diversity and equality among your potential participants to recruit. It can improve attrition. It can maintain a retention rate and adherence during the conduct of clinical trial. No?
Thank you. I believe we may have taken out our transition slide, so it's kind of an abrupt transition, but I want to wish you all a great afternoon and appreciation as well to the organizing committee for giving me the privilege and honor of making my first trip to Saudi Arabia. And it's been such a fascinating opportunity to integrate, learn, absorb the culture, and understand this morning where you are with clinical trial development, the development of the Saudi NIH. Fascinating. What a lovely opportunity. What an intimidating opportunity for the NIH in creating the system that will become very influential in clinical trial support in the future. But what a fantastic opportunity and time to be here. So again, thank you. I'm going to briefly explain a bit more of my background. I'm a clinical trialist for nearly 20 years. I have participated in many, many clinical trials, inpatient settings, outpatient settings, but I'm an applied scientist. Okay, so I do, as you heard much this morning about industry and industry approaches to drug development, pharmacologic interventions. I also am involved in my research centers around pharmacologic interventions, however, in the direction of more of an applied and a clinical sense. So we study models of care, we study interventions that affect how people use medicines, sometimes to prescribe them, sometimes to de-prescribe them, and understanding medication safety and opportunities to improve medication use in vulnerable populations of older adults, particularly those with or without dementia. So that's the nature of my work, and I'm going to tell you about, I've been excited about the discussion about decentralized clinical trials, and the comment was made in the last session about we think we're close to doing this. I'm going to tell you about a trial where we actually did it. Now, we didn't plan it because we're traditionalists, and in the beginning, when we planned the study, as traditionalists, we intended, let's go recruit people face-to-face, let's deliver our intervention face-to-face, and let's collect study outcomes face-to-face. That was our plan. The first study that I'm going to tell you about, I'm going to tell you about two here, and what you see is a very brief. I realize you can't read the details, so I'll provide a few details. These are clinical. This first is a clinical intervention intending to stop medications with adverse cognitive effects that may increase the risk for dementia in older adults. We delivered this through a human-based intervention, a pharmacist deprescribing protocol that we've created out of our clinical practice and our clinical experiences. It was an RCT intended for pragmatic randomized controlled design, intended for 344 participants, delivering a number of things that the intervention did. You can see here, not particularly important, but it was a human-delivered intervention. One of the interesting components of it was that because we were competing with other clinical trials, related clinical trials through the intervention, we had to open up a new site. There are lessons learned in that, and I'm looking forward to an opportunity tomorrow for a panel discussion about talking about interruptions in clinical trials, how to manage that, and challenges between planning a study and completing a study. And that would be one of them, but I don't have time to go into everything that I want to tell you about today, or during this session. The study right now is in its final data collection phase. We have about 4 months left for our final data collection point, so I can't tell you yet. Maybe a year from now I can tell you about clinical trial, the results of a clinical trial. But this was the nature, and you can see I put the years up here because it has had interruptions, it has had problems, it has had unexpected challenges. One of those was COVID. I'm going to tell you more about it before I tell you about the next study. The next study we called the Brain Safe study, and this is a study that really embodies the decentralized approach. Again, we didn't intend it. When we designed the study, we did not intend it as a decentralized trial, but thanks to the COVID interruption, we found actually that we can recruit remotely. We can deliver the intervention remotely. The comment was made where the intervention shows up at the box. It shows up at my door. That's what happened. And at the time, we were actually working with some former NASA engineers, where you think about how do we get people on the moon who run into a problem, run into a challenge, and they need to solve it. How do we help them solve it from Houston, where they took off, but they're on the moon? We can communicate with them, but how do we get them to solve that problem? And that's exactly what we did. All right, we used lessons from that. I'll tell you a bit more about them, or the process for which we solved those problems. But we ultimately revised this. This study was actually planned for 700 people, 700 older adults. It's an app that helps people understand risk, medication risk, prime them to have a conversation about that risk, give them tools to start that conversation with their providers, and then give them potential alternatives to use instead of using this medicine, which is identified as high risk in older adults. Let's try that one. But it stops there. It's not a clinical intervention. It's an educational intervention, but it interacts. The person interacts with it. So it's simply an app, right? But the part of the intervention was that some of the people that we recruited don't have access to their own phone. So we could deliver a phone with the app already uploaded. But if they had their own phone and they wanted to upload the app, that's part of the decentralized process. We had to walk them through it. That's the NASA-like approach. So that's the nature of that study. It was simply delivering an app and then asking the question, does this help people? And can we measure it with healthcare system data? The two studies were conducted in similar sites, so we competed for the same population, and that's why one of the studies had to open another site. But the other thing that we did, because we did this out of the same research lab, we were able to share staff. And one of the advantages to decentralized clinical trials, especially those with similar outcomes assessments, recruitment styles, recruitment questions, is that you may need fewer people. Decentralized clinical trials can reduce the amount of travel that your study team has to make, going to recruit, going to a site to collect data. And in doing so, they can cost less money because there are less people that you might need. One person can recruit for a couple studies by phone. So they have more time, it can save you money, and you can be more efficient with your dollars, which is always a request of the NIH. This study, just to round it out as I describe it, is this study is in its analysis and dissemination phase. Analysis is fairly complete for the primary outcome, but I can't share it yet because it's not peer-reviewed. But we at least were able to successfully complete the process of the clinical trials. So let me see if I can go back here. Before I show you that slide, I'm going to tell you about these two studies. You notice they both started in 2019. The BrainSafe study recruited for about 7 months before COVID knocked on the door and said, you're done. You're not going to do this face-to-face stuff for an indefinite amount of time. And as you know, with clinical trial support, you don't get paid to sit around and do nothing. But in March 2020, our BrainSafe had to stop, okay? Because many of our procedures, and now I'll show you this next slide, many of our procedures, particularly recruitment, in person, intervention delivery, in the home, sample collection, in person. We collected blood for the R2D2 study. We needed blood to assess some of our covariates. And our outcomes data collection was planned in person. March 2020 came, knocked on the door and said, you're done, take a break. We don't know how long. And we couldn't sit there. We actually took about 2 or 3 weeks trying to decide what to do. R2D2, that study had not yet started recruiting. 2 days before they shut down research operations, which we heard they were going to do, we got the approval from the NIH to start recruiting. And we said, whoa, but all of those processes are in person. What do? We had a challenge, we had a problem, and we can't sit here and do nothing. So our solution to that interruption, not knowing if or when we would be able to go back to in-person research activities, we had to make some changes, okay? And those changes took time. They took 4 to 6 months. We changed recruitment to phone-based procedures. We changed intervention delivery to remote delivery. As I said before, we sent packages. We figured out, how do we do this? How do we send packages with phones for people who need phones? How do we schedule with people over the phone, how to tell them how to download an app, how to use the app, how to interact with the app. We can do that. We can do that remotely. That makes sense. We can change our blood sample collection. We could actually get what we need out of a saliva sample, but we needed a new process and procedure to how to identify what we called spit kits or saliva sample collection. How do we find those? How do we get those? How do we deliver? How do we instruct our participants to do this on their own? And how often are they going to do it? But we figured it out. We've got a process. Lastly, and importantly, we had to change our outcomes. We had in-person cognitive assessments planned. We can control that environment. Turns out, we found a way. We had to change the assessments that we had. And we had to get approval from the NIH and the DSMB to do that. That took more time. But it turns out we can do it remotely by telephone. So we can do cognitive assessments. If we set up an appropriate procedure and structure, we can do it. There are pros and cons to it, but we can do it. So we made those changes, but we also had to retrain our staff. Okay, that's the COVID interruption. It was frustrating, but we had a problem, and we were able to solve it. So I'm going to share with you next. And I apologize. This kind of slides. This figure slides over on the screen. But here's an example. Here's our recruitment picture for R2D2. What you can see here, or what you would see if you can imagine the convergence of these two lines just off the screen here. They both started at the same point. Roughly July 2020, after we were able to switch the procedures, switch the approach after the COVID delay, we were able to restart recruitment with these remote procedures in July 2020. But what you can see is the blue line is our expected recruitment. We had a constant 14 to 15 per month recruitment expectation. You can see we didn't do very well, right? First few months, we really struggled to recruit. And that's a COVID effect. We weren't doing the right things. We paid attention to it. You can see we had a period here where our trajectory, we would have hit our numbers. Had we been able to start out sooner, we would have met our recruitment goals sooner. But we were delayed, and fortunately, our governing bodies, our NIH, accepts that because they understood that that's an interruption. But we had a problem. Imagine you're here. You've changed your procedures, you're doing things differently, you're trying to figure it out, you're not having success. These are every bi-monthly data points. So you get here, and you're like, oh crap, we got to do something, right? So we, at this, right around in this part, January, March, we stopped and said, we've got to do something different. We've got to change. But how do we make a change? What do we need to do? We don't have the answers, but we got to find people who do. We were investing in a change management, an agile change management approach. There's an approach that we thought through logically, and you might use things like Lean, Six Sigma to understand how your processes can be improved. We were at the time learning about those and kind of creating our own. Showing you a figure here of that agile innovation, agile implementation process for creating change. Because we felt like the solution's out there. Other people can do this. Other people have done it. They've done it before. We don't have to recreate the wheel by creating the wheel, pun intended. But there's an opportunity here. But there's demand, right? And that's one of the biggest things that we needed for operational change. So we have this problem. That problem was recruitment. There are common problems in decentralized clinical trials you're going to run into. You need a process through which you can identify those and manage those. Our problem-solving approach intends to create demand. And within our study teams, our decentralized study teams that we have to maintain engagement with, we have to help them understand. We have a problem. Do you all agree? We have to get their investment, their buy-in. So once we do that, we dove into our recruitment problem. We mapped. I heard this morning also talking about the patient experience, journey mapping. We mapped just our recruitment process. We mapped all the steps that we go through from cold calling. Does someone answer the phone? Do they complete screening? Are they eligible? And we had to identify, where are we losing these people? Why are we not recruiting them? So we identified, at this step, where do we lose people? At that step, where do we lose people? We documented those. We got to know our problem deeply. We understand, why are we losing those? Not where, not just where, but why? And what are their cognitive tendencies? Where can we, what opportunities do we have? So we did that. We walked through it. And we used, I heard this morning, electronic data collection systems. And I've also heard from Dr. Alamere that there's an uptake, a slow uptake to these types of systems that we use, and they're desirable for outcomes management, outcomes data, right? Very easy. Electronic data sources, real-time data entry, secure data storage, large projects, small projects, data's backed up daily. Like I said, direct data entry is possible, but it's not just an outcomes data system. It can be a process data system. You can use these types of data systems for whatever you need. We use them to capture our recruitment activity. This infrastructure was in place before we started recruitment. We captured the number of calls that we make. We captured the number of times people pick up. We capture whether they completed screening. We capture whether they were eligible. We capture if we lost them between screening and eligibility. Here's some output from that data collection system, our process measured data collection system. We can capture at the monthly level how many unique individuals we reached, how many people were screened, how many were eligible. We can track over time. Is there change? Is there variation? And if we call ourselves scientists, all we need is data, right? So what we did, we identified opportunities for where we thought our rates of success should be better. And we introduced behavioral theories. How can we get people to make a different decision? Pick up the phone. We can't do much to make them pick up the phone, but we can sequence the time and the space of when we call. We thought about some of those opportunities. We created some nudges consistent with behavioral economic theories in our recruitment process, and you can see we introduced those at the end of March. And I'll show you again our rates. you can see how those numbers bumped. If I give you just a few bars here, March 2021, you can see an inflection point here. And it's the result of us diving into the problem, using our data systems that we already had in hand, that were collecting process data, and then introducing solutions, okay? So I'm going to close out here with a comment on some key lessons as we learned about those decentralized clinical trials, and in hopes that, you know, that it's encouraging to you, but also understand that you'll have problems, there will be challenges, but there are also ways to solve them. In our experience in these, what became 2 decentralized clinical trials, was that as they're decentralized, as people are not connecting, we're a social being, right? Humans are a social being. You have to maintain engagement with your study team. I had recruitment staff that were 3 hours away calling patients that I didn't see, that they didn't see. But you have to maintain engagement of your study team. And you have to be intentional about creating that connection with the study team. You can use your data system to recognize problems early. The earlier you recognize them, the less of an impact, the earlier you can respond and the less impact that you'll have. Process improvement approaches, as I mentioned, I'll close with that point. Process improvement approaches as well as behavioral theories can improve operational dependence. So that's not particularly unique to decentralized trials, but it does make them more efficient. It does make your execution of clinical trials a bit better. And I think that's the end. I'm going to close there, but I also want to appreciate again organizing committee for the invitation, the opportunity to present your attention, and invite connections, and invite, if you have questions, comments, or want to connect on anything study related or content relation, or just cultural. I'd love to connect with as many of you as I can while I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our esteemed speakers for the informative and valuable session. We would now kindly invite the Chairman of Scientific Committee, Dr. Nada Sahibani, and Prof. Majid Al-Fadl to join us on the stage to honor our distinguished speakers. Starting with Dr. Khalid Al-Amir. Now, Dr. Noel Campbell. Innovation is a key driver for progress in clinical research, and this next session, titled From Innovation to Clinical Trials, Our Experience with Self-I Patent, we will explore the journey of translating scientific innovation into real-world clinical trials, from intellectual property to clinical implementation. It is our pleasure to welcome our speakers, starting with Professor Amr Al-Habib. Dr. Al-Habib is a professor of neurosurgery at King Saud University and a consultant neurosurgeon and spine surgeon at King Saud University Medical City. He completed advanced training in neurosurgery and spine surgery in Canada and holds a Master of Public Health from Harvard University. His research and clinical interests focus on surgical innovation, spinal navigation, and improving patient outcomes in neurosurgical care. And our next speaker, Dr. Sami Al-Isa. Dr. Al-Isa is a leading spine surgeon and founding president of the Saudi Spine Society, with an extensive expertise in complex and innovative spine surgery. He is an internationally recognized contributor to spine research and education, with over than 78 peer-reviewed publications, and global leadership roles. So please join me in welcoming Prof. Habib and Dr. Leisa to the stage.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. I think we're going to take you to a totally different landscape. This is surgical innovation where we have innovated a device in spine surgery, and we have taken the device from an idea to patent to dry lab to wet lab, and currently performing a clinical trial. I have a disclaimer. Some of the photos here and videos I'll try to skip quickly, so if you are bothered, please turn your eyes away. Some of them are surgical. So I'm presenting on behalf of a great team. Dr. Ayman Al-Jazairi is an innovator at King Saud University. He's a surgeon too. Dr. Sam Al-Isa is the head of orthopedic department at National Guard Hospital, and we all collaborated together to produce this work. So this work pertains to cervical spine pathology called degenerative cervical spine disease. And some of these patients, they do need surgery. I don't want you to be feeling your neck and feeling that your neck pain yesterday deserves this kind of treatment. That's not true. These are clinical conditions that have well-described surgical interventions. So if you could see here, this is just a drawing showing that the spinal cord in this light orange color, when it gets compressed, it affects the patient's ability to walk and hold objects, and they may need surgical intervention. And we start with diagnostic imaging. This is called an MRI, and all of you, I'm sure, are familiar with it. And this is an MRI of the cervical spine showing areas of compression. On the top right in the small window is a normal MRI. The normal MRI shows no compression on the spinal cord, and you can see with the arrows the areas of compression. Most of these patients are higher risk patients, we call them. They are elderly, they have weak bone, many of them are smokers. And the surgery, the pathology here, shows malalignment of these vertebral bodies. And the surgery can be done from the front of the neck or the back of the neck or even both. And all of them are filled with challenges. So this is an example of a patient I treated before from the front, and sometimes these screws come out even from the back, requiring them to be removed. So because the front surgery, the back surgery are filled with challenges, we thought maybe there is an additional thing that we can do to help the situation. I'm trying to advance. Here. So essentially, these vertebral bodies are like blocks, and they will move forward. They affect the spinal cord. When the spinal cord is affected, the color inside gets affected. You can see the change in the color, and their ability to walk or hold objects or even maintain a normal, decent life is affected. So our surgical goal is to bring that vertebral body back. So you can see from the front to the back, and how can we do that? So can we innovate a device that can help with that reduction? With the reduction, you open the space around the nerves and the spinal cord, and also you bear the weight and share the weight. So like everything, every nice idea starts with a napkin scratch. And this is the very early stage when we started back in 2017. Currently in the market, there are companies who have tried to help the situation, but either non-adopted or works in a different manner that does not really gain the desired effect. And some of them have reached also to a stage where they publish a prospective randomized study and this is a recent one published for this device in a US company. However, it remains a front and back surgery, which carries 2 surgeries and higher risk. So this is our device. We call it Selfie, cervical expandable facet implant. Facet is the joint in the back of your neck. So this is how it is inserted. This is the model, and it's inserted in the joint of the spine, and it opens like a crocodile, opens only from the front. So it's inserted through when it is small in height, and when it opens, it expands. And we like it to expand right near to the nerve. So when it expands in the bone near the nerve, gives the nerve the space it likes, and achieves this kind of effect. So we worked on getting US patents. So we had 2 US patents already published and granted. And this is Selfie engineering through a specialized spine surgery company in Europe. And the implant is a simple implant. It's a 3D printed 2-piece design concept where there is a wedge that is in blue in this color, that when it's advanced, it opens the end of the wedge. And then we went on to the lab where we tested the device, and I'll skip that. And we had good results. So it does not affect the overall alignment of the spine. It results in the desired effect that we plan to have, which is opening the space around the nerves, and we have all the measurements to prove that. It maintains a nice alignment of the vertebrae together, and it opens also the disc space, although it is from the front, but because it distracts between the 2 vertebrae, it opens the area in the front and in the back. And what we really liked is that there is an area of bulge that compresses the spinal cord, and after putting the device, that flattens out. So we also did CT scan during the cadaver study that showed that the device is safe from affecting the vertebral artery, which is the main vessel in the neck, and the spinal cord. The device is stable when we test it in neck movement. And this is a video to show how the device is inserted. This is the bone of the neck, and these are the steps. So this is the area affected. Initially, we put a small dilator within the joint, and the dilator also, you can increase the size based on the size of the joint. This is the device. It's a tiny device, and that makes it more challenging to manufacture and design. So this is the inserter that we have also designed with the engineering company. When you expand the device, look what happened to the vertebral bodies. They reduce. When they reduce, they open the space around the nerves and provides additional neck stability. Then you remove the device, and you do the same thing on the other side, where you put 1 millimeter dilator, 2 millimeter dilator, and then you put the device, and then you put obviously this is done under what we call neuromonitoring during surgery and with X-ray, and we even do a CT scan during the surgery for confirmation. I'll skip that as well. So in a cadaver, we found out that it has a great effect in reducing this vertebral body, and you can also put the traditional screws on top of them. So after you get the effect, you put the screw to fix it in place, and we had this published recently in the journal, so you can find it online. So the Selfie device was able to achieve what was intended to achieve. We're able to reduce from the back and load share the weight and decompress the nerve. It's the only device to our knowledge that can do that. We've done mechanical feasibility, and in short, the mechanical feasibility shows that it exceeds the physiological cervical facet loads with a wide safety margin. So these are clinical indications that we imagine Selfie can participate in treating patients in. So we moved on into the clinical stage. So we have achieved an approval from the ethics board review of both King Saud University College of Medicine and the National Guard Hospital, where Dr. Sami works, and achieved a Saudi FDA. And as a matter of fact, Saudi FDA were very, very, very cooperative, actually. We have met with them several times, including one time with the parent company. They provided us with questions. We came back, answered their questions, and they were very helpful. So I did not go thoroughly, didactically through the clinical trial methodology and all that, but I will give you a glimpse of the cases that we have done. So this is a 68-year-old gentleman. You can see that there is, where the arrow is, the vertebrae are not aligned, and there is severe spinal cord compression. Traditionally, this patient will be treated with a front surgery and a back surgery. However, with our device, we were able to perform one-stage operation that took 2 to 3 hours, where the surgery using the device reduced the vertebral body, and we applied screws to stabilize that segment of spine. And you can see the difference in the CT between left before and right. Actually, right is intraoperatively during anesthesia. Another patient was operated many, many years back with a front approach, and with these patients, they have a stress on the adjacent vertebral body, and the options here is to go through a previously operated area, which is not desirable, or go from the back and perform multi-segment fixation. And for this patient, we were able to achieve that goal using our device from the back, and you can see the alignment is reduced on the right side, and this patient actually was discharged home first day after surgery. Again, the list goes on and on again, many patients. Again, I did not go didactically through these cases through the methodology, because I wanted to wait until we finish all the desired number. The sample size is 20 patients. So this is one of our patients post-operatively. This patient had difficulty moving his hands pre-operatively, and even difficulty feeding himself before surgery. He was actually admitted even through the emergency room. And these are patients who have difficulty walking. So the 70-year-old was not able to walk. He had the same pathology that requires this kind of intervention. We used the selfie device to reduce the vertebral body, decompress the spinal cord, and applied the traditional fixation. He was very happy, actually. Before leaving the hospital, he was able to walk again, was able to use his hands, and the numbness in his hands had significantly reduced. A similar case, significant spinal cord compression in the middle of the cervical spine. Using the device, even the alignment of the cervical spine has improved. This is the latest case, was done in National Guard Hospital, and you can see in the first stage we apply the reduction, and then we apply the fixation, and you can see before and after very clear. So the goal here is to present our progress from the stage of writing on a scratch paper to achieving the patent, to do mechanical and cadaver feasibility, achieving the approvals to go ahead with a clinical study. In the future, we want to do more prospective study. Hopefully, we can do this in what we call a minimally invasive or a less invasive surgical way, and then go on to achieve regulatory approvals and industry collaboration. So in conclusion, our device was able to achieve the goals that we have set forward, and we're hoping that it will achieve. It addresses a critical gap, and every innovation should be done to address a practice gap or a knowledge gap. At the end, I want to thank you again. Thank you especially Dr. Nada for the invitation, and I'm happy to respond to questions. Dr. Sami is also here to help me in responding to questions if you have. Thank you. This, it looks easy. This has been in the work for more than 7 years. This is, to our knowledge, the first device that is Saudi intellectual property, Saudi patent that undergoes clinical trial. Yes. I can't hear you. The first study, which is an interventional feasibility study, we plan for 20 patients, and we're halfway now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this outstanding presentation and this great innovation which we need in our Saudi community of research, where to go with the innovation that lead to economic and health impact. So congratulations for all of you for this great achievement. And what is your next step now after this?
So right now we want to finish the study, analyze the data, learn more, because when you innovate, you try the innovation in the lab, and there are differences. There are things that you modify. But also when you do a clinical study, similar to drugs, when you give a drug, you learn from side effects. When you do innovation, you learn how to select patients better, what to modify, and who needs what. Who needs additional screws? Does the size matter? Are there risk factors? Are there better patients who benefit and patients who do not benefit? All these need to be learned. And then we'll go from there to a more prospective multi-center study where we can do more cases with this innovation and study the outcome.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Prof, for this excellent presentation, and also for bringing this to this conference. I'm Dr. Fahd Al-Jraiba, pediatric endocrinologist. We're really interested to hear about all of this innovation. Just have a question. I think as a clinician, we would like to hear for this, what is the procedure to register such devices as a patency? What was the step that you take over as a team and to register this as a patent procedure?
So, so when you first come up with an idea, first of all, just like when you publish a paper, you see out there what was done. In patent, it is exactly the same. You go and you see what was done, and if there is an idea that was done. And add to this, not only the PubMed search, you add Google patent search. So you go there and find if there are patents published with the same concept, similar concept, and then you contact a patency lawyer. So you write it down just like writing a manuscript, and you contact patency lawyer in the area where you want your patent to work. So in our field, for our patents or any device to work, has to work in the US. So we contacted the US lawyer, patency lawyer, and they will study it and then come back to you with a feedback. And then you keep going back and forth until you are ready to submit to the US patency office. The story doesn't end there, because the US patency office will have questions for you, and will start doing questions around what they call claims, because when you apply, you say, I have a claim that when you open it from the front, I'm the only one who produced that. So I need protection for that. They will say, no, there is a device so and so in the ankle, in the knee, in the neck, somewhere that opens the same way. So you have to defend yourself. And then you go back and forth also with the US Patent Office until you either drop the claim or you make the claim valid, and then they grant you the US patent authorization. These are the steps. I hope I answered you. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Behind this. The second part of the question is just follow-up question about the period of time since you started to contact or trying to register the patent until you finished. Like the timeline, how long roughly is it?
I didn't put out, the question is, why do I present the males? We don't have gender prevalence, prejudice here. It depends on the pathology and the intended surgery. So
it's not
sex is not a factor here.
Okay.
They are 20. The next 20 might be all females. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It depends who needs it. And how much time from the patency depends how active you are. It is a matter of your interaction with the how much money also. The patency office requires that you pay them, and you pay also the US office. So how good you are in interaction, can you make your claim, how quick you are in responding. It's like responding to a reviewer from a journal when you submit a manuscript.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Allah يعافيك. شكرا.
Assalamu alaikum. I have a question first, and it's about at what stage are you in the clinical trial? Did you start? Are you starting? You got approved?
Yeah. We are. We have all the approvals. We finished. Sorry. We have done 10 patients to go, and actually, our IRB office required us after the first 5 cases to report. So we reported, and we were visited by the Saudi FDA, who reviewed our work, and they granted us continuation.
Perfect. And did you have any challenges in the way, like that you can mention, and like gaps that you identified, trying to start your clinical trial?
Oh, there are tons of gaps.
Anything that we can help with or
it requires another session. So just you just have to be confident about what you're providing. Bridging your work into interventional trial from a device that you have made is the biggest challenge, I think, because we're not used to this in this society. We are used to take the heart valve made somewhere and put it here and do another study. As I think that Sami and I bridging that gap into that stage was the biggest challenge, I think, and then everything else is
from
logistic.
doctor to principal investigator. It's a big challenge.
I would like to invite Dr. Sami. Maybe he wants to add. So okay.
I just wanted to flag that some patient identifiers were available in the slides.
Like what?
Account numbers, full date of birth. It's just.
Yeah, I was careful to go back and delete anything related to names, and then.
Yeah, full date of birth is
difficult.
Full date of birth and account number. They're both also.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed speakers for the insightful and interesting session. We kindly invite Dr. Nada Haibani and Prof. Majid Al-Fadl to the stage to honor our esteemed speakers. We will now proceed to Theme 3, titled Enhancing Patient-Centric Approaches. This theme emphasizes the importance of patient experience, engagement, and patient-centered innovation throughout the clinical trial journey. To begin this theme, we are honored to present our first session titled Patient Story, Sharing a Clinical Trial Journey. This session offers a unique and meaningful perspective by bringing the patient voice directly into the conversation, reminding us of the real human impact behind clinical research and innovation. It's our pleasure to welcome Mr. Hassan Ahmed, who will share his personal clinical trial journey about his daughter's story who was a part of clinical trial. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Ahmed to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here today. My name is Hassan Ahmed, and I'm not here as a scientist or a clinician, but as a father. When my daughter was first identified as an eligible for a phase 1 clinical trial, I'll be honest, I was afraid. Like many parents, the words early phase trial sounded very unfamiliar and threatening and intimidating. We had many questions and even many more concerns. What changed everything for us was where and how this trial was conducted. The trial opened eligibility at one of the best hospitals in Riyadh, a place we already trusted for its standards, expertise, and care. From the very first visit, we felt that it was not about research, but it was about people. The research team took good time to explain us everything in very clear and simple language. They explained the purpose of the study, the medication, the possible benefits, and they were very honest about the risks. Nothing was rushed, nothing was hidden. Also, in terms of risks, what could be the harmful effects, but there was total 100% disclosure. Most importantly, they gave us time to think, time to ask questions, and time to decide as a family. We were repeatedly told something that truly mattered to us, which was the participation was completely voluntary, that we had right to say no, and that even after we agree and we opt in, we had an option to opt out later on without affecting the healthcare which was being provided to our daughter. This level of respect built trust with us and with the team. Once my daughter started the trial and received the medication, the care did not stop. It actually got intensified. The monitoring was very close and very reassuring to us as parents. Every visit was very thorough, very detailed. Every concern, no matter how small, it was taken really seriously. What truly stood out to me as a father was knowing that the team will be available 24/7. This was the very first thing which was told to us by the team. Be it any time, day or night, if I had a question, a worry, or even a small reassurance which I needed, someone was there always to answer me. That kind of availability gave me and my family peace of mind that our daughter is in really good hands and a good care is being taken care of her. Throughout the trial, my daughter was treated with dignity, kindness, and compassion. She was not treated as subject, but as a patient, a young person whose safety, comfort, and well-being truly mattered to everyone involved in this trial. This experience changed how I see clinical trials. I learned that phase 1 trials, when conducted with strong ethics, transparency, and close monitoring, can open real opportunities for patients, especially when they're delivered in trusted institutions and with the dedicated teams. As a father, I felt respected. As a family, we felt supported. And as a patient, my daughter felt healthy and safe. I would like to thank the clinical research team who cared not only for the science, but also the people behind it. And lastly, I would like to thank all the institutions involved in this clinical trial for their immense support throughout this clinical trial journey. And thank you for listening to me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for this interesting story. And now we would like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage to honor our esteemed speaker. And Prof. Majid الفضل. And now, we'll move to our panel discussion under Theme 3, titled Patient Perspectives in Clinical Trials, the Role of Patient Journey. This discussion will explore how patient experience and engagement across each stage of the clinical trial journey can influence trial design, outcomes, and overall research quality. It's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Jonathan D. Biro. Dr. D. Biro is a professor of psychiatry at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai and the Associate Director of Mount Sinai Center for Stress, Resilience, and Personal Growth. Dr. Jonathan, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for the invitation to moderate this panel, and I have the pleasure to introduce my panelists for today. I'll go in the order they're on the screen. So Dr. Fahad Al-Jarouba is a consultant in pediatric endocrinology at King Abdullah Specialized Children's Hospital and the division head and the associate dean of King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences. Dr. Faisal M. Sinai is the consultant gastroenterologist and transplant hepatologist at King Abdulaziz Medical Center and the editor-in-chief of Saudi Journal of Gastroenterology. And last but not least, Professor Mohammed Al-Shirani, who is the Dean of the College of Medicine, Imam Abdul Rahim bin Faisal University, Supervisor General of King Fahad University Hospital, and an emergency and critical care physician. Okay, can you hear me? We're good. All right, we'll jump right in the interest of time. So, what defines a positive patient journey in clinical trials? Dr. Sanay.
Thank you very much. And I think it's a very important aspect that we don't take too much into consideration when we are designing clinical trials and when we are, inviting patients to take part in clinical trials. I think from a patient's perspective, what repeatedly gets passed on to the investigators is that they would like less intrusive kind of visits, less time for testing, and less collection of biological specimens, something that will allow them to, not be visiting the hospital all the time, and at the same time have a team that is able to address their concerns, their questions, and answer whatever queries that arise during the before and during the performance of the clinical trial. And of course, a lot of them are concerned about safety, particularly when it comes to clinical trials, and they feel that it's an experimentation that's being done, and hence whether adequate safeguards are there, not just by the provider, the clinician or the investigator, but also by the institute and by the regulatory authorities. I think all of these need to be taken into consideration when we talk about positive patient experiences. And I think when clinical trials are being designed, I think that these aspects should be kept in mind, perhaps even before the trial is designed, so that these aspects can be addressed well ahead in time.
So one of them being participant burden, what we call participant burden. How many times they have to come in, how many blood draws, how many interviews. I do psychiatric research. How many brain scans do they have to do? It's bothersome. It takes up a lot of time and effort to even get to the hospital.
Correct.
I'll add a follow-up question. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I think about fear a lot. And with all of these logistic concerns, I'm going to add to my question, how do you manage fear in your research participants and the family members? So maybe Dr. Fahad, can you answer the question and then add a little bit more about how you manage fear and uncertainty?
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation. Thank you so much for introducing me. So I think I'm a pediatrician, so we have a specific cohort of patients. So defining a positive journey for patients, we have to bear in our mind that there are children, they are attached to school. So in this clinical trial, the family and the patients or the participant, they have to be assured that there will be a minimal disruption of their daily life, their school attendance, and this is very important for us as a clinician and also for the family. They have another sibling they are taking care of, so they have to be assured that their involvement in such a clinical trial will not disturb their daily life and that it will disturb their school attendance. And we have to be very clear in identifying the purpose of the study, what is the possible or potential harm, potential advantage for the trial, and what is the alternative option for this disease other than the clinical trial. So we have to be very honest with them. And also very important things from our experience that they have to have an access when they need help. If there is any adverse event happen, they have a clear access when to call and whom to call. And also if there is any question. And of course, a good team. If you have a good team and good relationship with the participant, I think this is the key for a good journey for a patient.
So you're not talking so much about a doctor-patient relationship, you're talking about an allyship that you've made of the patient. You're on the same team together, accomplishing the same goal.
Yes.
Rather than in a powered structure.
Yes, we share the same,
And Dr. Faisal, can you answer the same question? How do you give the patients a positive experience and mitigate any fears and uncertainty.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank again the organizing and scientific committee for the kind invitation. Glad to be here today. So, talking about positive patient experience, I think it's different perspectives. I'm an ICU physician, so our patients, they don't move. They're there all the time. So it's different from patients that have frequent visits to the outpatients. So it's a journey. So I do believe that it should start pre the conduction of the trial, during the trial, and afterward. So when you talk about how we can make their journey positive, I think the clarity from the early beginning, why they should be involved in this trial, they should be part of what is the gap that this trial is trying to answer. If they're satisfied and they know why they are part of this project, this is a major element that will make their journey the whole way positive. During the trial, how supported they are. Again, it's an ICU, for example, the ICU, we're talking to the family, and those are taking the decisions on behalf of their families. So again, they need to feel supported, their questions answered all the time. So having a patient navigator or a participant navigator that answer the questions all the time is a good thing to do. Afterward, and I think this is something that maybe we're lacking, is not how many of us contacted our patients, their families, 1 or 2 years after, and asking them, did they know about the result? What happened to their participation? That added any value? So I think those kind of measures, if to be considered, will make the journey definitely positive. Yeah.
Important thing that we usually will miss, and when we communicate with the children, they are worried about the post-trial care. So what will happen once they finish the trial, their involvement? Would they continue to be in the same medication or not? So we have to be very clear, and they have to be informed, and we're informed about the post-trial care and what is going to be to happen to them after the care, and what is after the finishing the trial. So this is very important, and we usually sometimes we forget to discuss this with the family from the beginning.
Yeah, it reminds me of the therapy relationship. I do psychotherapy, and patients form an intense bond with you as a therapist, and then therapy ends, and they might feel a big loss because that part is gone. And especially for pediatricians or in that pediatric setting, the research team is giving the patients a lot of attention. They're forming a relationship with them. They have a bond and a trust. And then the trial's over, and they might feel a loss of, where did those folks go? I really like talking to them. How can the communication and consent process be improved in clinical trials? Maybe I'll ask Dr. Fahad first.
I think for the communication, using a stage way approach. So start with a simple way of information, and then you go with the in a deeper information with time. So starting with this simple information, just telling them about the what's going on and what is going to be given in this clinical trial, and what is the advantage and disadvantage of this intervention in a simple and very understandable language to the family, and not giving them too much information or too much technical information, because if you are going to give these deep technical information, sometimes it makes the family or the parents or even the participant be questioning the study, and maybe he will be scared and will be away from the trial. I think using a simple way, not too much information, using a stage way of approach, and of course using the physician or the treating physician in the initial phase, because most of our patients, they trust their treating physician. So involving the treating physician, even if he is not involved in the trial, to introduce the trial to them, knowing or telling them about the potential advantage of this trial, and what is the lack of knowledge in this specific disease would be very helpful for the patient or for the communication, for the initial communication with the patient.
I imagine for your patients too, well, maybe I'll ask you, do you tell the children that they might help other kids with the same issue?
And of course, this is not only the children, also for the parents. Sometimes they are very interested to help others, so we have to tell them that sometimes what are we doing is to help them and also to help the other in the future. And very important things are to tell them what do we lack at this stage in this disease. We are looking for more innovation, more medication that improve the prognosis of the disease. So if you start talking to them in this language, they would understand, and may it make them more attached to this clinical trial.
And Dr. Faisal, Dr. Mohammed, any thoughts to share?
Basically, I second what Fahad has said. On the other hand, my practice has been in clinical trials. I know my patients that I have been following for months and years, they tend to develop a kind of relationship, a trust, as you mentioned. What I try to do is let the initial information about the clinical trial, the opportunity, come not from me, but come from my juniors or from the coordinators. So that adds a bit of neutrality to the environment, and only when they show an interest or seem to be willing, then I get involved and give them further information. I believe that sort of takes away a little bit of the bias that the principal investigator, or in this sense the provider, may have. That maybe that levels the playing field a little bit, you know. So I do that to enhance the consenting process and make it easier for them. I always, you know, go with the guidelines and the GCP regulations and say that, you know, you've got to give them enough time. Give them not just a day, but a week. Or I have had patients who have taken up to a month in thinking about it. So allow them enough time, I think, you know, particularly when it is a clinical trial that's going to be in the early phases of development.
So you try not to intimidate them by showing up with the white coat on, telling them about the study. You send your coordinators.
Yep.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I think the consenting is the major element, and it's a major obstacle that people think always about it when they rush for recruitment. So there's a challenge. This is the challenge that we should balance between giving enough time, good information, explaining the gap, like any other consent, benefit, risk, and alternatives, not rushing the patient or their families. And again, from the ICU perspective, it's the situation, there is no long-term relationship with those patients. It's just coming in as a sick patient, admitted to the ICU. So approaching them, taking a consent is not something that they're expected. They're thinking of their patient.
They weren't expecting to be there anyway.
Yeah, it's different than Dr. Fahad or Dr. Nasser. They know their patient for a long time in the outpatient clinic. So this is another area. That's why even when explaining a plain, like simple language, not using a lot of complexity of medical terms, those make things easier. Again, we'll go and telling how the purpose. I mean, you should explain to them the purpose of this trial, the mean of purpose to them, how this will be helpful to other patients with similar cases. I think this will help a lot in making the consenting process is easier.
Yeah, thank you. I have two more brief questions. One is, do any of you have patient voices when you're, or how do patient voices play in when you're developing studies? Do you have patient advisory groups or meet with patients who have a given disease state about how, you know, what's meaningful to them as an outcome measure, or what they'd like to see out of a study?
I'm not aware. I mean, if there are, I'm not aware. So that needs a little bit of development, I think, a development in the field of actual clinical trial placements. My opinion is that got to foster a culture of research and clinical trials, and you need to put placements, you know, when the patients come into the clinic area, they've got to be signs to say that, you know, there are clinical trials going on. A lot of the patients, when they come towards the aspect of joining clinical trials, they feel that they are taking part in an experimentation. Now that is perhaps a regional kind of a problem that we have. In order to allay these fears and in order to put them to rest, I think we should provide for the patients a kind of a thing that research is normalized, and it's going to be a regular sort of thing. And then you can talk about advocacy groups and so on, who for them to come into the picture, and that becomes a kind of we go our way and they come this way. So you sort of meet in between. We don't have that culture yet, and I think that needs to be strongly implemented, both from our side where we are advertising and from their side that they're advocating.
I will say in the United States there's a framework called community-based participatory research, where community members, patients are deeply involved in forming the research questions. There's advisory boards. I'm from Mount Sinai Hospital. We have a lot of community involvement with churches and mosques to help bridge that trust gap that might exist for medical research, and to help tell patients what it's actually about, so it's not scary, and that even because they're suffering, they might benefit from trials, that they can have access to it.
Yep.
One more question, lightning round. If you can make one meaningful change to improve the patient experience in clinical trials, what would it be?
Maybe I'll start. I think maybe it would not be a change, rather than if we look at patient as strategic partner in clinical trials. I think there's a lot to be done. Awareness campaign, patient, families, community, public, they should know the importance of being part at any point of time of such trials, how this will help in the future, how this will improve our healthcare systems worldwide, I'm talking here. So maybe improving the awareness, the public, the patients, of course, keeping, protecting them during trial conduction is a very important aspect. So having a dedicated patient navigator, someone answer their question 24/7 available, is another thing that might help a lot in this regard.
I'll just say that we've also done work destigmatizing participation by having patients be in videos about what it was like to be in a trial. And that can be helpful to see if a prospective patient sees somebody just like them on a video, it can help get them in the door. I'll go to you next.
If I would like to make one change, or I would advocate for a change, I would say clinical trials should be designed in a way that they reduce the trial burden. You know, the amount of inpatient visits that they need to make, and the amount of blood that needs to be extracted, and the biological specimens collected, amount of intrusive examinations. I mean, if we can mitigate that, if we can reduce that by a kind of a hybrid model where we, allow for virtual visits, and we also allow for blood samples to be taken at home, and that would reduce. Of course, not everything is going to be done there, but if we can say that, okay, instead of coming every month, what you've got to do is you come once in 3 months. In between, we're going to have these samples collected, which are sort of regular routine kind of sampling things. We'll have them taken at your home. We'll have a visit that is there virtually, and I think that will put to rest a lot of the logistical burden that patients feel when taking part in clinical trials. Instead of coming like once in 3 months or once in 6 months, he's now coming every month to the hospital, particularly for someone who works in a hospital that is about 30, 40 kilometers away from the city, and that's a lot of work for them.
Yeah, I think as investigators, and I do studies too, it's good to ask ourselves the question of, do we really need that information? Some of it is nice to have. It'd be great to have an additional blood sample, or if we had a scan of them at this particular point in time, but do we really need it to answer the question? And would it be burdensome to the patient to do, in my case, 10 more questionnaires or another blood draw? Or can I answer the question and get good data without it?
Justin, I would like to add to my colleagues. One of the major challenges that we are facing is the enrollment. So sometimes we face challenges to enroll patients, and sometimes which has become much better now compared to before. So there are more awareness, or good awareness to the community in regard to the clinical trial and the benefit of clinical trial. I think we need more awareness to public awareness, and the importance of the clinical trial, and what is the objective of clinical trial in our language, so the family, and we can do those awareness in malls and where there are gathering for public gathering. And the other things is not the patient participant advisory board. This is one of the good things that if Keymark here would do this. So after, if we can do like not advisory board, just to listen to all the participants who have been participated in some of the clinical trial, listen to them, what was the challenges and what was the advantage. So hearing from them and taking all of these points in order to improve the future clinical trials. So we have to listen and we have to hear their voices in order to improve the clinical trial in the future.
Well, thank you very much, this esteemed panel of physicians. I think we are just out of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jonathan, and our distinguished panelists for the insightful discussion. And I would like to invite Dr. Abdurrahman Al-Shaya and Dr. Dua Saleh to the stage to honor our distinguished moderator and panelists. دكتور فهد الجريبة. دكتور فيصل الصناعي and دكتور محمد الشهراني. Dear distinguished guests, we will take a 5 minutes break and we will start our last theme for our today's program. Dear guests, we now move to theme 4 titled Modernizing Clinical Trials Operations. This theme focuses on operational excellence, stakeholder collaborations, and evolving responsibilities within the clinical trial management. We now move to our next session, titled The Evolving Role of Data Safety Monitoring Board in Clinical Trials. This session will highlight the critical role of data safety monitoring boards in ensuring patient safety, ethical oversight, and data integrity. It's our pleasure to welcome Dr. Khalid Al-Dali. Dr. Al-Dali is a consultant clinical pharmacist and an associate professor specializing in antimicrobial stewardship and infectious diseases. Dr. Al-Dali is widely recognized for his contributions to clinical practice, research, and education in infectious diseases and antimicrobial optimization. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Khalid.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank the Scientific Organizing Committee for the kind invitation. I'm honored to be with you today in this excellent conference. And I will be talking about the Data Safety Monitoring Board in clinical trials in this short presentation. Okay. So first of all, we have to know that these committees have different names, okay? So DSMB may be used by NIH, for example, but you will see other terminologies. So Data Monitoring Committee, DMC, used by US FDA, AMA, or Independent Data Monitoring Committee by Saudi FDA, for example. So it has different name, but all of them is focusing on the data, okay? So you need to see the word typically data monitoring, because this is their primary focus. Sometimes the word safety is added because this is the major focus, safety. And if you look at the definitions, so regardless of the organization, but basically they agree that this is a group of experts, okay? Scientists, clinicians, in the topic and in clinical trials. And typically also, there is a biostatistician who's an expert as part of these committees, typically a small group. And they review the accumulating data regularly. So they held meeting, okay, and they do interim analysis. You don't want to wait until the end of the trial and include large number of patients, wait several years, and then learn there was something major that went wrong in the study that you could have noticed from the beginning. Or let's say there is a major harm to the patient and you didn't know because you waited until the end. Or there is a clear, strong evidence of efficacy, then no need to continue the rest of the study. You can even stop the study before it continue till the end. And this is, of course, in clinical trials, okay? Not for observational studies, mainly clinical trials. And so this committee can recommend continuing the study, modifying the study, or stopping the study, okay? But again, they recommend. They don't have the final decision, okay? The sponsor, for example, can make the final decision. Typically, they follow the recommendation of DSMB, usually accepted, but it's a recommendation, not, they don't have the final decision. And this committee, you need to be aware of the conflict. These are different members. This is an external committee, independent committee. Those are not the sponsor, not the investigators, and those are not intended to replace the other committees. This is complementary committee that look at the data, and they have an access to the unblind comparative data. Typically, they are the only one who have access to some unblinded information, even though the study is blinded. to the sponsor, to the investigators, etc., but they can see all the unblind comparative data. So this is the AMA document for Data Monitoring Committee, the other name for it. It's old. There was also an FDA document that was old as well, but 2 years ago, because of the evolving role of these committees, so they acknowledge that much has changed in the clinical research landscape, and this should be updated. And initially, these committees were created for large clinical trials, for vulnerable population, for studies involving high-risk patient, high risk for morbidity, mortality. But with time, no, it even includes smaller studies. So these are the listed changes, so including smaller studies, and also the charters to become longer, more details, and also you have heard in this conference about the adaptive clinical trial, which is increasing. So there is an increase in the use of these committees for certain adaptive clinical trial design. So they can comment, for example, on the sample size, on the randomization ratio. Okay, and then also increasing use of these committees, not just for a single trial like before, but to oversee an entire clinical trial development program. Also expansion to include even investigational new drug application trials and more globalization. And this is one of the documents from the Saudi FDA, so regulation requirement for conducting clinical trials on drugs. As you can see, they use the independent data monitoring committee terminology here, and it's under the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And also in the Saudi FDA guideline for good clinical practice, version 3, also they included independent data monitoring committee, and they commented that the sponsor may consider establishing a committee to assess the progress of these clinical trials. Responsibilities of this committee, so monitoring the trial conduct, okay? So you want to make sure that the trial is conducted as planned, the protocol is being followed. Also monitoring interim results and interim analysis, okay? So they held regular periodic meeting to assess the data. So looking at the data for safety, which is a major focus, and they can recommend stopping the study because of safety or serious adverse event. Effectiveness, if the efficacy, if there's a strong evidence that efficacy has been established, they can recommend stopping the study. Also, futility. If there is no reasonable chance that the trial will reach the primary objective, then they can recommend also stopping the study. Of course, I will not go over details of statistics, but the statistician also is helpful to make some analysis and help in the decision to continue or not. Potential adaptation also. We talked about the adaptive clinical trials. So they have role in all of these and discussed in the interim analysis. Considering external data. So for example, during the COVID-19, when a corticosteroid showed mortality benefit, then the other trials started considering these data and saying, should we continue this study? Is it different from that one or not? And finally, of course, documentation and recommendations. Composition. So the sponsor or the trial steering committee or both generally appoint the members of this committee. Usually, as I said, expert clinicians, but important to have at least one statistician with experience in these kind of analysis in clinical trials, and maybe additional members, for example, informatics technology if needed. And some members need to have previous experience. You don't want all the team to be new to the DSMB. You need to have people with experience with the regulation of the Saudi FDA and with these committees. Conflict of interest, very important, because this committee needs to be objective, okay? Less biased as much as possible. So we worry about two types of bias: financial. Of course, they are compensated financially, but other than that, they shouldn't have an ongoing financial relationship with the sponsor. In addition, intellectual conflict of interest or bias. Some clinicians have a very strong views, okay? They are biased. They want the outcome to be on this side. This is not the best person to include in such committees. You want someone with neutral. So if it goes this way, if it goes this way, that person is okay with that, as objective as possible. Finally, I will just give a case study to explain the importance of this committee. So published in NEJM 94, and I know this is an old study, but it nicely shows the value of DSMB. So zidovudine, the first approved treatment for HIV at that time. So it was shown at that time that it slowed HIV progression in advanced disease. Great findings. And then a study by AIDS Clinical Trial Group, protocol 76, designed to evaluate safety efficacy of this antiretroviral in preventing HIV transmission from the mother to the babies. They had a DSMB, okay, and it was planned to assess the data at different time instead of waiting till the end of the study. And look at the value of the DSMB in this study. So they did of course, the statistical analysis and determined the sample size to be around 750 patients, okay? The accrual began April 91, and the projected accrual to take at least 5 years, very long study, and they planned for the dropout. They are planned to meet twice a year to monitor the safety. In addition, efficacy reviews was planned after each 1/3 projected infant infection. And the first efficacy review was planned in February 94 on mothers enrolled up to December 93, so 2 months before. Look at this curve. This is sort of opposite to the Kaplan-Meier curve. And as you know, in survival analysis, you look at the event rate over time. And it starts with 0 because no one have the event in the beginning, and then it starts to increase over time. But with this, it doesn't start at 0. So it's higher because some babies born already, they have the HIV, so it's above 0. But look, by the end, in the zidovudine group, only 8% had HIV. In the placebo, in the first interim analysis, okay, it was 25%. So more than 4-fold increase in transmission of HIV. And the p-value is convincing, less than 0.001. So based on this and based on discussion and statistical calculation, they said ethically this study should be discontinued. There's an overwhelming evidence that zidovudine is helpful. It's not ethical for the other group receiving placebo to continue this way. And they recommended stopping the DSMB. And then the trial leader and NIH agreed on this recommendation clearly. And at that time, the drug was provided to the placebo group because it's ethical that they get the benefit out of this medication. And also the guidelines was modified because of, you can see how the DSMB helped prevented HIV in a large number of babies. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our distinguished speaker for the interesting session. And now we kindly invite Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage to honor our esteemed speaker. And Dr. Dua Saleh. And now we are pleased to present our panel discussion titled Achieving Equilibrium, Balancing Sponsor and Vendor Needs. This panel will explore strategies for effective collaboration between sponsors and vendors, addressing operational challenges, alignment of expectations, and best practices to ensure successful clinical trials execution. I am pleased to introduce the moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Abdulrazak Al-Jazairi. Dr. Al-Jazairi is a clinical pharmacy consultant in the field of cardiovascular pharmacotherapy and the Director of Clinical Trials Transformation Initiatives Division at King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Research Center. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed moderator to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. First, I would like to really apologize for the delay or a little bit of mess up. And also, I would like to thank Dr. Khalid Al-Ju'ali for the very nice presentation and trying to catch up with the program. You always cover me, Dr. Khalid, so thank you very much. I think this is a very interesting session. Now we are getting very operational. I have to say I was really enjoying very much the live streaming. For those who cannot make it physically here, they can listen in their offices between meetings, even when they are driving. I really enjoyed it, so great job done, Dr. Nada and the group, Keymark group, really it's amazing. So what I've seen today is really an aura of clinical trials. It's not like an Ittihad aura, nothing like Ittihad aura, but it's really the vibe was great since the morning until today. I'm sure tomorrow it's more to come. But without any further delay, I would like to welcome to the stage real experts in the field to help me to tackle from a practical point of view, achieving equilibrium relationship between sponsor and vendors, CROs. With great pleasure, I would like to welcome Dr. Riyad Al-Faqih to the stage. Dr. Riyad Al-Faqih is somebody I had really the pleasure to work with him, especially when we came focused talking about clinical trials, therapeutics, and Dr. Riyad is the Director of Clinical Research Department at King Faisal. Dr. Mazen Hassanein, I'm not sure if he's coming, so well, I'm not the only one. Dr. Ala Asim, I don't, where is Dr. Ala? Second one is not me. I think we have a good discussion. Dr. Halima Ahmed, I can see you. That's great. Again, Dr. Halima, he is really a great expert in the field of the CRO working for PDC. So let us just setting the stage. And even before we start, maybe we give a brief for our colleagues to give a brief about what they are doing in relation to the topic. But we all know and we realize really the relationship and the efficient relationship between sponsor and vendors, and at the end, the clinical trial site is very important and paramount really to develop an efficient conduction of clinical trials. The sponsor industry, time is money. Every single delay can cost half to $1 million US dollar per day. So timing is very important. So sponsors, they are really after the speed in particular, and of course regulatory components. The same thing, it comes with the vendor. They need a very clear scope, clearly outlined. They need it to be very structured. But between both of them, how can we meet with the most efficient, I will say, clinical trial conduction? So if you don't mind, I'm going to go again. Now I'm glad I see Dr. Ala here, and I see Dr. Mazen Hassanein also here. So if you don't mind, I will start from Dr. Riyad, then Dr. Mazen, then Dr. Ala, and Dr. Ahmed. Give us a brief on, from your own perspective and your own lens, on this relationship between sponsor and vendor, how it's impacting clinical trial conduction from your own angle.
Thank you, Dr. Abdelrazak, and thank you, Dr. Nada, and organizers for inviting us to your meeting. So as Dr. Abdelrazak said, there are 4 aspects, or major parts in conducting clinical trials: timelines and efficiency, cost of conducting trial, accrual and recruitment on clinical trials, and compliance and quality data. So we need to work together to fulfill these requirements in order to have a successful study, successful outcome, and as such, the sponsor or the PI or the site doing the trial can get approval for the device or the drug. And alongside these 4 components, a lot of friction can happen. For example, time, as we said, is very important, but at the same time, you have to comply with your regulator, and you have to make sure you fulfill all what they want. Cost issue also can create some friction. You have your own cost in the center, and we don't have a unified cost through the kingdom. So centers may have different costs, and then the sponsor or the CRO may have a different budget, and as such, this can create some friction. Softwares and platforms sometimes can create this. You have your software you need to integrate. There is data privacy. There is a problem with your IT. Also, this can create a lot of issues. So in general, for a successful study, we have to work together. We have to partner. We have to partner on the risk as well, as much as we partner for the success of the trial. And we need to minimize these frictions as much as we can in order to be successful. The other last thing, that can create some heat is the feasibility. Often we get feasibility, and sometimes they ask us, they need answers second day. Well, it doesn't work that way. You have to talk to the chairman, you have to talk to the PI may be on leave, you may need to check the lab, so a lot of logistics involved. And having a good feasibility will end up with good results, okay? We don't overestimate or underestimate the site, so that way we can recruit on the trials. So allowing enough time for the feasibility is very important, rather than doing it very quickly and capturing inaccurate information.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Riyad. And Dr. Riyad, so he's looking at this also from a clinical trial site perspective, as he's coming from that perspective. So in the same line, what if you have to highlight differences between, where do they are in common in so many other things, but what are they differ from between the sponsor and the CRO? Where do they meet, but most important, what do they don't meet when it comes to that perspective as a hospital? What do you see
You mean the CRO and the sponsor?
Yes.
So from a site perspective, we work with CROs every day. We work with sponsors as well. When you have a CRO, you have another layer in this process of clinical trial, which is already a complicated process and takes time. So having an efficient team, in the site and the CRO and the sponsor will help this chain of communication to be smooth and to be efficient. Sometimes, the sponsor and the CRO, so they have high turnover in the manpower, on the CRO side sometimes, and that creates a lot of friction because you have a new employee in that position, and changing frequently, and then it affects the understanding and how they carry out the trial, and you'll have to re-educate them, realign them with the trial, so that creates some problems. The costing of the trial, you know, the CRO sometimes are assigned, you know, to negotiate the budget and the contract with the site, and then at the same time they have to negotiate it with the sponsor. And here some discrepancy can happen, you know, between the budget of the sponsor, the site cost, and what the CRO is negotiating in between. Plus many other things, you know, that can affect timelines and
Thank you. So that's a great perspective, Dr. Riyad. Thank you very much. And Dr. Mazen, now talking about the same question about the sponsor CRO relationship to build up with what have been discussed, at least from the perspective of governmental hospital. Now, how do you see this from your own perspective, particularly from private hospitals for the type of flow of patients that you see?
Right. First of all, apologies for the fashionably late appearance. But this is a very important question. So I think one of the major differences in being in the private sector, we're understanding this more and more. The sponsor comes with a very clear strategic agenda that is driven by a business case, and they have a clear request of execution on a timeline with a certain quality and data metrics. While CRO and sites are more focused on operational activity, which includes PI, feasibility, execution, data collection, and serving the sponsor. And so that, I think, creates some differences. When the site is a private center, the site is also now thinking from a financial business case perspective, which is the other end of the spectrum. And this could, it's new for the kingdom. However, we have found that this could actually accelerate some of the discussions because we understand very quickly what the sponsor wants. We understand they are driven by a business case. We understand that they have a timeline. We understand that they need to get to certain milestones, a certain cost. And that drives internally how we then process feasibility, contract review, PI identification, data collection, the accuracy of the data, the quality, and how do you serve as a customer. So the whole customer experience point of view, we're acquainted to that. We know this, we live with this on day-to-day business. And so serving the CRO or the sponsor becomes a clear mandate. However, the beginning is a little bit complicated because even at a site, we're looking at feasibility from a business perspective. Is this feasible? Does it make sense? Do we have the right time, efforts, and people available with the right amount of cash? And in the private sector, we know the cost for every little details in the hospital. Everything has a code, every code has a price, every price has a potential margin. And so that could, in a quick view, adds to the cost, but it actually answers back with the rapidity of response. So I think it balances things out, and so on the long term, I think we'll be more successful.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mazen. It's really very, very instrumental the way you presented the private, how do they look at things, and it is interesting. This session is about sponsor CROs, but we apologize for sponsors. They can listen to this discussion, and definitely we can add during the discussion for their concerns. But let us tackle the same question from CRO perspective. Maybe I will start with Ahmed. Do you mind the same question, looking at sponsor CRO relationship? What differs, what's in common in your perspective?
Definitely. First of all, thank you, Dr. Jazairi, for the invitation, and Dr. Nada and Dr. Mark for this, inviting us to this panel. The thing with the CRO is that they are called the bridging vendor between understanding the sponsor need from a global perspective and the site capabilities, I would say, I can say it limitations or the reality on ground. So what the CRO would try to do is to bridge between the two and meet them at the middle point. Having the sponsor coming up with a clear constraint in terms of timelines and budget, and having the site knowing their capabilities, the key limit will be early engagement. The CRO would try their best to engage with the sponsor side and invite the sponsor to engage with the site from an early stage to understand, for the site to understand the needs, the expectation from a sponsor side, the recruitment potential, any limitation the sponsor anticipate that the site might have, and work together in order to ensure that whether they are selecting the right country site mix. If it is right, both understand it's a win-win situation. If not, it's better not to engage parties in a project that would not likely achieve what is targeted at the end.
Well, the same question, Dr. Asim. What's your take on this?
Thank you very much for the invitation and being part of this distinguished panel. And definitely there was a lot of points that was already mentioned from a CRO perspective. I think just to giving a bit of a highlight, from a CRO perspective, we're dealing with multiple types of sponsors. I mean, definitely that creates a big difference as well. There are sponsors, and we have representation of sponsors who are already in this session here, like big pharma who have presence, and they have an understanding of the market, or they have also their own teams, and this makes the relationship much more closer because there is clear communication. But also there is a lot of sponsors that actually are global and small biotech companies that are located either in the US or in Europe, and definitely their views sometimes are not matching. And our role as a CRO is really trying how to match their expectations with the reality on the ground. And I think it was mentioned, and clearly the first point of friction here, or let's say not friction, but could be of a discussion on alignment, is the timelines. Their expectations sometimes are not totally aligned with what sometimes a sponsor would come and say, we want the first patient in 3 months. And we say, this is definitely cannot be translated in reality. And do I want to promise to get the business, or really I want to be realistic to set the expectation right from the beginning? Of course, also this relates to the budget associated with that. Also understanding the different schemes. It's not only about the CRO fees. There are many aspects that goes into the budget discussion. The site, I think we talked about the site and understanding the site cost, and that varies. And the transparency here is very important.
Yes.
I think the studies now, if we are especially talking about innovation, we're talking about gene and cell therapy, we're talking about complex trials that even requires sometimes multiple vendors. It's not only one vendor, it's not the CRO that is actually doing the work. There are also many other parties. And I think Dr. Faghi mentioned as well the systems, the technology, the logistics, the labs. These are all things that needs to be considered. How are you managing all this complexity? And if we're not aligned, and sometimes sponsors, especially when you're dealing with a small biotech company, they don't really have the expertise. And this creates sometimes initially, and if we're not able to align, that could create operational challenges later on. So it's very important really to address all this with transparency in the beginning rather to avoid any future complications.
Well, thank you very much. And again, we do realize as we're talking about the challenges or opportunities that we need to tackle, some of the local CROs also, they don't have the expertise on the ground to tackle complex trials like gene therapy and cell therapy. And as much as we are very happy and very proud of our Vision 2030, Biotech 2040 vision, the government investment of $32 billion from here to 2040, all this tells us we are unified. We have a unified vision. And we are very happy and proud of that vision that we can look at all together. But we're realizing also we need to build infrastructure. We need to learn and go through this journey together. From perspective of one of the main rate limiting steps, as all of you mentioned, is coming with a good CTA or budgeting the trial. And maybe we're going to come to the over-promising to the sponsors, because really it's a killer. It can really not only killing the projects, it's killing the reputation as we are going through this evolution in clinical trial and building a good, efficient ecosystem. What aspects do you think, and it's a common question for all of you, what aspects you believe to minimize sponsor, CRO challenges, improving commonality, reducing friction, if that terminology is right, that can be addressed as you build the CTA for clinical trials? And to what extent do you think building a CTA can minimize this type of not achieving on-time equilibrium agreement between the CROs and the sponsor? Maybe I will start with you, Dr. Asim.
Okay, thank you. Definitely, I mean, as was mentioned, that having really an alignment at the beginning, at the start of the planning of the study, and that eventually in the contract, that the roles and the responsibilities are clearly defined, and really defining a very clear shared outcome-based milestones, really that we are both aligned and sharing the outcomes. Defining a very clear process as well for changes. Any project, and especially the complex projects, are actually changing. Whatever we start with, we know that there is evoluting. I mean, it will change during time, especially for long-term studies and complex trials. They evolve, and the protocol, sometimes we have 4, 5, 6 amendments for the protocol, and that defines or changes the scope, what we initially agreed. So there needs to be a very clear mechanism. How are we going to actually address all these changes as we are actually managing the study? Having a very clear plan for communication, and also what we call a governance or an escalation pathways, that we together with the sponsor have a very clear process of communication defined from the beginning in the contract, in case there is any challenges. How to maintain the resources. The resources is a very big area as well of, but we also discussed that something maybe that we need to continue to invest to build our capacity as well in the country.
Dr. Halima, what do you have to add to what have been mentioned by Dr. Asim?
Thank you, Dr. Asim. Well, the contract, the understanding of it, that it does not prevent a change, it controls it and manages it.
Yeah.
So as long as we know that the parties involved from the beginning, having a clear pathway for changes, for execution, that would definitely manage things. But I need to praise definitely what Saudi NIH is doing right now, is having a template to facilitate and speed up the execution of contracts. That's one side. The second side is having a clear budget available and applicable, or let's say customizable per protocol, per therapeutic area, would make it much, much easier to facilitate and execute the contract rather than having a long pathway of negotiations. That's one aspect. The second or the third aspect would be having sort of a pathway or acceptable languages, like a playbook, that the site would, rather than being rigid, or the co-sponsor or the CRO, rather than being rigid in executing the contract, having some sort of flexibility that if this language fall within a certain constraint is acceptable. That in combination will all speed up the process, speed up the execution of the contract, and in the long term will facilitate to improve the ecosystem of having that contract executed.
And from a clinical trial site perspective, if you have to outline one or two components, Dr. Riyad, in the budget, in the CTA itself, that can minimize or improve alignment, what would these two be?
There is a lot of things that can be done, actually. We've been working with Saudi and NIH on a template for a good amount of time now. So having a template for the whole country would help. The other thing, having what I call catalog about site capacities and site cost, okay? Because this is always a problem. We propose a cost, sponsor has a cost, CRO has a cost, it creates friction. So if there is a catalog, from MOH, this is different from the private practice, but from MOH, okay, this is the cost of procedures, okay, in these sites. Khalas, that solves this problem. The catalog about the capacity, okay, the capacity of Kmark is such and such and such, capacity of King Faisal is such and such and such, capacity of this is, you know, you see what's your lab capacity, what's your imaging capacity, what's your patient capacity. MOH has a lot of numbers, a lot of data about, you know, these patients are seen in this site and that site. They have the ANAT application with tons of data in it. So having a catalog, you know, from whether it is Saudi NIH or the Ministry of Health, and aligning these, you know, would ease up the discussion between the CRO and the sponsor, because the CRO can go and tell them, okay, these are the patients, they're restricted in this site or that site, this is the cost, this is the capacity, this is where I need to help that site, you know, they don't have this capacity, I need to help them, I need a clear budget for that.
I think the template of the CTA is a very good step, but it's a template at the end of the day. The content itself is really what we need to have it written in a sophisticated way where and everybody understand and aligned with. Now, the cost catalog, and we have to think about this, it is very much needed for each institution. There are big variations between institutions. It's talking about number of diseases that we are talking about to treat in certain cases, unlimited in thousands. But each institution having their own price catalog or cost catalog is very important to ease doing the budget. And I understand, and you understand better than me now, when we build that cost catalog, we do want to put the kingdom in Saudi Arabia as a very high cost category, because this is, as we're talking about geopolitics, we have enough of politics to deal with to bring global clinical trials to Saudi Arabia. We don't want to add a different dimension from costing, so we have to be very cautious with this. However, every institution should have a very easily accessible template for costing. And as you mentioned, a Ministry of Health globally now under the holding company going through a major transformation. So the NIH in the middle, so the CNHI, the insurance, how we're going to build it. The case mix they have, the DRG also is published. Would we use this as a starting point of negotiations? But each institution or as a clinical trial site, they need to have their cost catalog upon negotiation for their category. We understand tertiary care hospital like National Guard or King Faisal is different than secondary or tertiary hospital in Ministry of Health, different than private sector in the same thing. So I think the idea is appealing, but we have to take care of the transformation going at the same time as we create our cost catalog, and in the meantime, where are we going for a few days, for a few years without harming the repetition? The same thing for you, Dr. Mazen. From your perspective as you build a CTA from a private, what component do you think needed to be embedded to minimize or optimize alignment between sponsor and CROs?
Right. So I think it's a little bit more deeper than just a CTA, because as you alluded to, what knocks our door is not necessarily always a CRO, could be a sponsor, and the sponsors and even some of the sponsors are local, some are global, and so what we have worked on internally, first to develop processes. Business development processes, basically, of how to tackle those different potential customers. They're not the same. They require different structure of agreement and templates. Not only that, we even developed, that's the beauty of the private sector, we developed a system that allows us to absorb some of the costs and convert it, because we have generated templates for convertible loans, for example, for certain biotechs that come directly to without a CRO for clinical trials. And that's something that we've developed, and that's a totally different agreement than a classic clinical trial agreement. And so that's internally, we spent a lot of time to just develop the processes to allow this to happen through the investment committees and whatnot. So that's happened in place. The costing is way easier on our side because we have a full revenue cycle management team. We have negotiated prices with the different insurance entities, even with each insurance, which category of coverage, يعني التعاونية different for VIPs versus regular versus Aramco versus. So we've gone through those negotiations a million times, and we have a full team that know the costs and can calculate the margin for every practice. And we know the cost because of the revenue cycle management. We know the cost across all the other private sectors who reports to Nafis. So that's so from that point of view, we can quickly generate. So we have the catalog. We can generate the numbers. So then on the CTA itself, we have generated our own template. We're talking to the Saudi NIH too, but we have flexibility. We have an internal legal team that can quickly also review the templates. And we've been trying to work with some of the CROs is to work together on a template agreement. On a framework agreement that we're signing it, so it's a more of a medium term, where the terms of the CTA is, especially the general terms that potentially we're all going to agree on, from a regulatory, quality, data, safety, ethics, binding. So the commonalities components of a CTA is already signed, and we allow addendums then to come per study to allow us then to manage the differences trial by trial. We just started this. We haven't really finalized yet. We're looking for some CROs to get with us into such a thing, which will then speed, it will benefit everybody. So a framework agreement and then, agreement, a trial by trial addendum. That's something we want to work on. We're working with the Saudi NIH on the template, but as you mentioned, we've had these templates. The problem is a whole paragraph gets changed, then it's back to legal, and then this is where things go sour. There's the common issues that people face, اللي هو jurisdiction of law, the language, the penalties. I think these are common issues that comes out in the CTA. And I think maybe the private sector have more flexibility because we do operate outside the kingdom, and so we're used to work with governance law that is outside of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is common for foreign sponsors, especially if they're contracting directly, not to have a more, third-party type of jurisdiction. So that's the only benefit that we can have. Otherwise, we go through them like everyone else. It helps to have an internal legal firm available for the company to review the CTAs and other agreements in hand. The experience so far has not been time-consuming, really, this step, and we hope to keep it that way.
Well, private sector, they are way ahead of us in the government. That's really great. Again, I don't think really we can conduct a discussion without the sponsor's voice. So any of the sponsors have their own voice, would like to share their comment on this particular issue, sponsor CRO, please feel free to raise your hand and we can take your question. You need to get to the mic. I know we are very short with the time, so if we can get a mic, please, we can discuss it. But until we get the mic I need somebody really from sponsors rather than from a company to tell us about what do they think. Please.
Thanks, Dr. Abrazak. I can add more for the alignment as mentioned by the esteemed and distinguished panelists, from the alignment or the early stage alignment on the co-designing of the design itself from the conceptual phase, to align on the eligibility criteria on the endpoints and the decentralized component like e-consenting, telemedicines. All of these things, it's very important for the co-designing from that. And the co-funding of the coordinators and the digital enablements, also it is our responsibilities, and equipping the low infrastructure sites. On the other sides, also the incentivizing the cost to performance. We should to have a transparency, as they mentioned, from the cost perspective, from the reimbursement, from the local fees. This is really needed to have the cost to performance delivery. and also the unification or the unified body that have a centralized coordination from the pre-feasibility, pre-CTA. The legality is consuming lots of time, to be honest, and this will be furtherly impacting the timelines of the approval and the startup. So I think also the central coordination, if we have succeeded to have a central coordination, will enhance more and more.
Thank you, Dr. Hazan.
Thank you.
Again, this is very important comments. It is a discussion about centralization. In my opinion, it has its own pros and cons, just like anything else. For the sake of time, I would really love to hear from each one of you, looking at this relationship, sponsor-CRO relationship. If we have to put a priority, and what's the top priority to work on to improve this relationship alignment, what would that be? And let me start from you, Dr.
Okay. No, I think as I mentioned, definitely this is a very critical, relationship, and the success starts from the early on, the alignment, clearly defining the roles and responsibilities. And again, I think really a word of CRO or a sponsor-vendor relationship is more actually a partnership based or outcome-based relationship rather than just calling a transactional relationship between a sponsor and a vendor, which is based on actual transactions. It is a shared outcome. We are both managing a project to deliver outcome that affects patients. So actually, I think this from the beginning, this alignment and this understanding and the transparency that comes with it is very important. Without this, this is where things start failing, because then you start really getting into the finger pointing or trying to really see where it failed down, but it becomes in the middle of the project that really disrupts the whole relationship. So the more successful you build long-term relationships, the more the outcome is much better for everyone, I think, for the patient and for the business and the outcome.
Thank you, Dr. Asim. Dr. Mazen?
So I think I just want to, I like the comments that came, who are centralizing the common processes. I think that's of great value, and early engagement in the trial design, especially if it's still with flexibility and there is regulatory input that's going to come in hand. It's nice to go to regulatory as a team and make life easy, which then allows the CTA to be kind of written together. I think that's a big component, and we've found this to be more useful, especially with local clinical trials that's coming from inside the kingdom, where you have more flexibility. So that's a big one. The second one, I think, thinking out national. It's no longer about the CRO and the sites. The whole idea here is to present the kingdom as a great site for trial execution and delivery of what is needed. And I think if you think from that perspective, the sites really needs to have more coordination, more flexibility, more of supporting each other in speeding up some of the process. One of the discussions I had just last week, at Faqih, for example, we would honor an IRB approval that comes from King Faisal or from National Guard, where we could do an expedited approval. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel in some of the work that has been done already by a reputable institution. And that's also another way to speed the time and speed the process. So I think, and even reaching to patients, and not all, from a fairness point of view, from equity point of view and equality, we should be able to even allow patients to know about these clinical trials and be able to access them. And so access to the trial should not be a restriction because of a site, clinical trial site, because at the end of the day, we want to have this economic impact and health impact on at the national level. So I think, if I want to think from a national perspective, I think we need to put in mechanisms to allow these things to happen.
And I agree with you. All of us should think from a national perspective. We have the vision to follow, the expectation, the destination that we are going through. So that's definitely completely true. And today in the keynote of the VP of Saudi FDA, Dr. Adil Al-Harf, He talked about Reliance program, which is we all saw how really improved the approval of clinical trials when it is approved already in a reputable certain level of regulatory bodies, and how really it helped to get these clinical trials cleared faster. And that's applicable also the same thing. As you mentioned, we have a national bioethics, we have a reputable IRBs. Why should we duplicate the work? How can we minimize to improve communication and moving to the next evaluation with the second site? Same concept, I believe, of Reliance program can be applicable to leading centers here in the kingdom. That's a great idea, in my opinion. Dr. Riyad.
Yeah, so what I've seen working very well, CRO sponsor, is when the CRO, is working with a limited number of sites, knowing these sites very well, and having a stable relationship with the site. So when they know the site very well, their communication with the sponsor is very smooth, because they worked with the site, they know all details, ins and outs, and that make it very efficient, actually. We've seen it with one CRO, actually. So they're in the site, they work with us, they know all the details, and that minimizes all the friction with the sponsor. Now, from the business perspective, I don't know if this is efficient for CROs, Probably it's not efficient, but if you can choose, your site of interest or your area of interest in trials, that can make a lot of difference from that regard.
I think that's very interesting. I think as the more we have CROs, we can get into differentiation into their scope is communicable diseases, primary care, tertiary. But the concept, I really liked it. It sounds, and maybe for the market, it's not the best fair approach, but it is a differentiation. That's going to happen either we like it or not, between relationship between sites and CROs. Dr. Halima, we conclude with you.
Thank you. So for the relationship between the sponsor and CRO, the most important part is predictability. The sponsor needs the predictable results coming from the CRO in terms of the recruitment, budget, and timelines. And to put that, they request always the CRO to provide a clear country-site mix that tells that you're able to achieve the recruitment within the time constraint that you have. So the key word that I would put today would be transparency, a clear pathway between the three parties involved, assuming that there are only three. But what we have seen recently, the support that we have received from different sites, whether from King Faisal or from Kmark, regarding the feasibility. They are supporting us with giving us the most realistic numbers that we can communicate to the sponsor, and communicating a clear, predictable numbers, timelines, would facilitate and ease the process of executing finalizing the agreement, finalizing the contracts, finalizing the overall structure, and then eventuality would be that it would be a win-win situation. So the key word would be transparency between the parties.
Thank you all. And again, just a final comment on what you mentioned and the discussion here. By any means, we should not encourage any monopolization for clinical trial sites and CROs. That's not the case and will never be the case. Actually, we are requested to increase the number of clinical trials significantly if we're going to move to the direction that we are looking for through the vision. At the end, really, I would like to thank all our esteemed panelists for great ideas, great discussion, and I was really honored to be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderator and speakers for this informative session. And now we would like to invite Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage to honor our moderators and panelists. Starting with Dr. Abdul Razzaq Al-Jazairi. بروف مازن حسنين. دكتور رياض الفقيه. دكتور علاء عاصم. مستر أحمد حليمة. As we come to the conclusion of day one of the conference, I would like to kindly invite Dr. Nada Sahibani, the Chairman of Clinical Trials and the Chairman of the Scientific Committee, to deliver the closing remarks. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nada Sahibani to the stage.
Thank you everyone for coming today and joining us in our first day of the third International Conference on Clinical Trials. For me, it's been a day. It's been a great, great day. It was really overwhelming, but a lot of great sessions happened all at the same time. So we heard from different regulators, from different industry leaders, from scientists, healthcare providers, PI, and even from a patient sharing a story, how to be in a clinical trial. So thank you for joining us today. This is not the end of our conference. We will continue tomorrow, starting at 9:30. So stay tuned and join us tomorrow. Thank you.